Good afternoon. Happy Sunday. Hope you're well. We are, I suppose I should move this thing before I get run over. How's the AV doing? All good? Nice. Let me get on board and turn some lights off and stuff. Need to move this. Can we even turn the lights off from here? Let's get the blue lights off.
Ahoy.
There we go. Thank you for 103 Parkston Big Red. Thanks for 54. Hopbad. Thank you for Summer Prime. What do I want to do? I know what I want to do. A mission. Let's do a mission. Got 31 grand. That means because I just did a oh, there is a firefighting mission here. Wait, what?
This is why I does the clipping so much for a highlight reel like that. SquirrelPlus also 88 Shock.
Where's the ship? 2.3 miles away. Cool Tiger. Thank you for 88 months. Let me... Oh.
Has it really been a year already? Amazing how much has happened. Can't wait to see how the following years will be. Skrull hype SquirrelPlus.
I'm struggling to get my light. There we go. That's better. Now I can drive at top speed with impunity. Max, thank you for a year. It has been a year already, indeed. This is why I did the clipping so much for a highlight reel. 88 months, Cool Tiger. Two well-proportioned ladies, well done. Are the damage physics on this? No. None that I have seen at all. In fact, I tried to ram things and they move out the way. It's quite disappointing. What is that cruise ship doing exactly? Tugboat, thank you for 44 months. What is going on over there? Looks like we've got something out from the harbour this time. How realistic is this? That's a tricky one to answer. There's elements of it that are quite arcadey.
44 months. I double that school cheese.
I'd say it was Simcade with a side order of Sim. That's probably where I'd put it. Ship Sim Extreme had damage physics. Well, it was extreme, wasn't it? El Plagiato, thank you for 88 months. It's weird because, like, the inside of these big ships is modelled really well. So they've done a lot of work on some stuff, but then other stuff has not been worked on too heavily. Oh, that looks quite high up, that fire. I've not flown in a while, Big Red, and I've left the group I was in. So no intention to fly. Apparently they're going to add multiplayer at some point, I think. I'm thinking... which side should we go on? It kind of looks like it doesn't matter what side. I'll go this side because I can see the crane. Okay. Well, here goes the damage physics. There you go. Come on, turn. There we go. Get a bit closer. I don't know if I've dropped anchor or not. I'm just trying to click a button on something moving is not easy. Okay, that's great. That's exactly where I wanted to be. Absolutely perfect. Can we stay there? Is that anchor even doing anything? Is the anchor actually deployed? Oh well, let's just get on with it. Let's get some water on there. Alright, I probably need to increase the thrust a bit. There we go. Is that landing? See if I can get that one pointed somewhere useful. Oh, that's just off. Can I get that one over there? I've done one. I might have to go around to do this one. Let's relocate the boat. You could grab an extinguisher and go on board. Hmm. There you go. That's the hardest bit, that is, trying to click that anchor button. Try and get that one going. Can we get that one? I feel like we're drifting backwards. We are definitely drifting backwards. Oh, you stupid boat. What is it even doing? Allegedly the anchor's down, but it doesn't seem to make much difference. Firefighting looks fiddly. It would be so much easier in multiplayer. Genuinely. As if that fire's come up there again. You see, right now I need somebody to just reverse the boat back a little bit, but to do that I have to stop doing this and then go and move it, and that's why it's really fiddly. Oh, as if. It's also really hard to see what I'm doing. There we go. I think there's actually a fire round the back, maybe, unless it's that middle bit that's on fire. It might be on the other side, we'll see. Oh, I can't reach that side. I think I'm going to have to go around. Gonna cook some steaks, nice. Okay, let's try again. I'm still drifting. Oh my god. Come on.
Who's this Tom underscore 2424 fella in chat? Sklo think is he new Skiros?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Matty. He's in the mod room as well. Phil93, thank you for 131 months. Matty, thanks for 108. Maybe now I'm better off at the back of the vessel. How can I now have 3 fires? Good grief. It's getting worse. It's spreading up. Not very fond of these minigames. I was hoping for protocol experience running a shipping company at some point. You don't have to do these missions. You can just do cargo stuff, but at the moment there's only 1 cargo container that you can use. And you can only take 1 job at a time. So I don't think you can start your own shipping company, from what I can tell. This is a particularly difficult one because the fire is a lot higher, so you can't see what you're doing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you're gonna have to like wait until they add more stuff later in the year. Like the LNG, for example. Oh, great. So all the fires that I already put out are now instantly back. Why do you move so close to the ship? Because when I'm further away, people in chat say, move closer to the ship. It's how the hive mind works. Pretty much. The fire's now started on the other side again. This is crazy. You need 2 firefighting vessels to put this fire out. Because every time you reposition yourself over there, it starts back over here. It is very much like playing whack-a-mole. Thing is, if you put a fire out on this side and it's now soaking in water, it's really quite hard for the fire to catch again. But I don't think the game models it that way. Firefighting Sim did that too. Maybe this is just one of those missions that needs some tweaking. I can't get it down to fewer than 5 fires at the moment. I'm not really sure what else I can do. Yeah, the trouble is the one on the right isn't very effective because its turning angle is limited to like here. So I can't really use it. For some reason, whoever designed this ship decided that you would never want 3 hoses to point forward, which doesn't make a lot of sense. You wouldn't have unlimited water. Where do you think the water's coming from, Chris? So you're floating around at sea. Where do you think the water's coming from? This mission is plain annoying. Like, I don't see how I can... I literally can't fight the fire on both sides at the same time. Just let it burn, yeah. It's tempting. Yeah, I can't... It's pointless having that one on. I can't do anything with it. Would they have tanks that would need to be rifled? Wait, what? I don't think it's necessarily bugged, it's just that it keeps spreading. When I go to that side to deal with that, it'll spread back over here. Oh, it means refilled. Right. Maybe get closer. Hmm. I'm down to 2 fires. On fire! Where is it? Where's the fire? I think it's round the right side, isn't it? Woo! Oh my god. That was absurd. That was actually absurd. Good job I've got very large tanks of water on this vessel anyway, otherwise we might have run out. Punch it. Let's go. This thing is quick. Rex, thank you. Have a nice Sunday as well. Yeah, even so, 4 outboard motors, it's still pretty rapid. Probably turn off the blue lights now. We're not technically on an emergency now. Hey, Ronta. Those clouds are no fluffy sheep, says Teddy. See, I really want to be able to buy one of those container ships with our own crane. I think you should be able to pay to have the crane operator in the harbour load and unload your ship, or do it yourself, or have a boat with its own cranes on it to save money. Fleet, right. Should we buy a tugboat? Let's do that. Right, let's swap into the tugboat. Right, tugboat has... Probably need a searchlight. How much money? Wow, 21 grand. Apparently I can't buy any parts for it. Right, if I level it up, we'll get an extra 2 knots of speed and 8 kilowatts of power. Let's do that. Let's bring it up to level 2. Put some parts on it. 19 grand left. Stick a searchlight on it. And a radio. Dock your ship in under 4 minutes and take less than 50% hull damage. Wait, what is this? Is that for this ship or something else? Can you dock it without a scratch? I should hope so. %. The thing is, Tom, I've never seen any damage in the game, and now the mission is don't take any damage. This feels very slow compared to my previous boat. Full send into the quayside for science. You see that clock at the top? I am fairly sure I just saw it go from 3 minutes and 1 to 2 minutes and 61, or 2 minutes and 60. That clock just did something weird. Watch what happens when it gets to 2 minutes. It did 160. I thought, yeah, I thought it did something weird. Is that the front or is that the rear? Wait, which one is that? Oh, they're both at the rear. Oh, that's messed it up. That's messed it up. Yeah, I'm running out of time now. Oh no. Messed it up completely. I need to restart the mission. You can't restart the mission. Okay, well in that case, for science... For some reason in my head, I had a bow and stern thruster, and then my whole approach was based on that. You were probably too careless. I was holding A to dock. Okay, that's not a very friendly game, is it? So, in order to dock, you have to be traveling at, like, under 3 or 4 knots. And you'll have to be roughly aligned with the box. So you can press A all you want, but if you're not lined up, if you're too far away or you're traveling too quickly, it won't let you dock. Yeah, watch that time again. 3 minutes 9. 3 minutes 5. 3 minutes 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 minutes 60. I love it. And not one tester spotted that. To be fair, it's not wrong. It is wrong. There is no 60 second. It goes from 0 to 59. Just because it adds up doesn't make it correct. Oh, you stupid thing. Come on, you can turn. Straightforward and precise. That'll do. $170 XP, 3,400. Right, is there actually a... So none of my vessel, like this, we can't do any job with this. I need to go to a different port and try a tug operation. How many discoverables have we got left? There's 2 items that I've not discovered yet. But I don't see them. I don't see a question mark anymore. Right, we'll have to change vessel. Patrol, inspection, firefighting, delivery service. We'll have to do a quick cargo run. Unreal logistics. Do you know what? This vessel is really annoying by not having a map here. Because I have to leave my seat, go over there and click it just to look at the harbour map. I can't look at the harbour map without leaving the seat. "18 knots in a harbour, Captain Welch." Yep. It's not on the tablet. What, this tablet? Negative. Yeah, the Petri dish radar's rubbish. Wait a minute. That is round the corner somewhere, isn't it? Game's cool but little unrealistic in real life. I can't imagine such a large ship staying afloat. Why? I was going to say, that's not even a particularly big vessel. Oh yeah, there are ships way bigger than this. What's that Chinese one, Captain Flint? The oh. It's green in colour, and it carries like 6,000 containers or something. Oh, what's the name of that vessel? The Evergreen, that's it. The Evergreen. And that's a big ship. Is that from your ships you tried so far, which has been your favourite? The problem is we've only got one container ship, so there's not a lot to go off. The MSC Irina is the biggest, carrying 25,000 containers. That's just crazy, isn't it? That's actually crazy. Nope, there's no multiplayer yet. Alright, fanboy Tom. There's no multiplayer yet. It's coming. It's on the roadmap, but it's not yet. Tom has standards. More like Tom has discounts. Cunard is good, but they're Americanizing. I've never been on a Cunard. I did not go on the cruise ship with the go-kart track on it now. Really handy having really long arms. There goes your new monitor. It's alright there for Timu. I wish you calm seas.
Ahoy Captain Paul and Sea Dog Chat. More dock crane driving sim I see. I thought this was meant to be a ship's sim.
Lol, Chris.
Dot.
Danish Dad, thank you for the 39 months and the dot.
Exclamation mark.
Tom, thank you for 104 months and the exclamation mark. We've not had a question mark yet or a semicolon. Can you put the hat on? On my character? Nah. I can't because of who he is. He's Jensen's son. He's Jensen's son, he can't wear a hat. It doesn't suit him. Interesting, you can actually sit down though. Nice, it didn't work! It didn't work, no.
Question mark.
Mad South African, thank you for 128 months and the question mark. Wait. Night, why is that not working? That's so weird. What? Seriously, I don't know why that's not working.
Have an M-1 for typesetters.
Beaker, thank you for 91. That's bizarre. So Knight sent a 300-bit delivery with a comma in it, and it didn't work. Oh. If I was you, I would turn support. How close that is. See, that wake should cause that ship to do this, but it's not modeled, so it doesn't. It's kicked a little bit. The overtaking vessel has to keep clear. It's whoever's ahead at the apex, that's what matters. Ash Watches, thank you for subbing with Prime, welcome. I don't know, Captain Flint. The wake from this should have bounced that around a lot more. It's not that heavy. Yeah, that's a great place to stop. Well done. Right, let's have a look on the map where we're going. We're going to Pontiog, which is that one. Yeah. So I reckon we can go straight out of there. Oh, give over, game. What's occurring for you next week? I don't know. Saying I'm gonna look at my calendar like tomorrow. I've got to sort my room out. My room's halfway through being sorted out. I ran out of time. I had to bring it all back in. So it's a bit of a mess over here right now. So that's on the list. Where are we? Dock at the marked pier. Did some remodeling. I've removed a couple of units from there. Bought a load of boxes, transparent boxes, and put some stuff in boxes labelled. So I wouldn't say a remodeling, but a little bit of a change around and tidy up. Big tidy up and throw away. Did you buy the boxes from B&M? No. Ordered them online. Oh look, my containers have moved around and conveniently stacked themselves. That's handy. How far did you get the new Factorio? Jimbo, I have never even left the planet yet. I've not even been to one of the new zones.
4 years.
And I blame Pups. Firstly, and most importantly, because he's not here to defend himself. And secondly, because if he actually would have carried on, would have got to the new realm. But he just bails all the time. And then Tom, I have to blame Tom as well. Tom was like Billy No Mates and decided to play Factorio on his own instead of playing with me and Pups. And got way further. And then he burned out and even he's not done it yet. So it's just a bit of a mess, quite frankly. The bottom line is, we was all looking forward to the new Factorio and none of us has actually played it properly. You've been to the 4 planets? Yeah, but you've not finished. You've been there. No, it's definitely more than Sean's fault, definitely. Thank you for your work. Can you imagine your boss saying that to you at the end of the week? Thank you for your work. Alright, let's have a look at the fuel and stuff. Get it refueled. Back to 20k, lovely. What's in the journal? We've got a patrol operation, a firefighting operation, and I haven't even... Right. So this is part of the problem with the game. I'm here with my container ship, and apparently there are 0 jobs. 0 jobs from here to do with the container. So I have no option to basically just drive somewhere else and not get paid, or do one of these jobs in a different vessel. You wonder what the island does with all the incoming containers? I wouldn't be so bad if I could just like refresh them or skip day or something. That is a bright searchlight. Oh my god. I like how it looks wherever my camera's looking. Right, I reckon it's Herbert. The ship doesn't look suspicious. Hang on, I need to turn this light off, I can't see a thing. We should take a closer look. I've yet to find a ship that's suspicious. Of course you can board my ship. I have nothing to hide. Throw those boxes over, Jeff, quick! You must not miss a single detail, says Graham, who's watching our every move. Captain. Whoa. Right, let's check his documents out. Let's see. That one? Regulation disregarded. Ooh, that's gonna cost you, mate. That's gonna cost. What about your boat license? Okay, we'll let you off for that one. And what about your certificates? What about that certificate? Okay, what about that one? Can be ticked off. Does that mean it's okay and I can tick it off? Or does that mean it's not and I have to give him a ticking off? What does that mean? Right, sir. Now, we could do this one of two ways, right? Either I can arrest you and you can be heavily fined for flouting your ship safety certificate and other indiscretions, or you can bung me a couple of grand and I'll leave. What would you say? I checked everything before I left. It doesn't matter what you checked, it's all wrong. All regulations were complied with. Wait! Did I misread that? Did it not say? What? Okay. Whatever. Confused.com?
Sklovsky.
Thank you for 18 months, Maverick. I guess that 2 grand was silently passed, yeah? I like how all the vessels disappear. You could try that, Tom. Would it go something like this, Tom? Tom, are you aware that you was doing 76 in a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit? And then you say, I'm sorry, officer, I checked when I left and I was doing 0. Ah, in that case, Tom, ignore. Nothing to see here. Have a nice day, sir. It might just work, Tom. I think you should try it and report back. Firefighting or inspection. There's... Come on, let's get some money and then we'll get out of here. A few freighters in the port need to be checked. That shouldn't take long. Yeah, right. Right, we're going to go below deck. We're going to check out his tyre pressures, his inkjet toner. Right, go on. Logbooks, boat license, and what's this? Engine oil? No. No exit. Wait, what? You're supposed to get over there then. Check the engine oil level. There we go. Correctly maintained. Mr. Captain. I checked everything before I left. Yes, I've heard that one before, sir. In fact, I've heard all the excuses. Whee! Wait, we're not boarding that one? Easy, Tiger. Easy. Easy. Oh, come on. That was fine. Oh, now you're just being picky. Oh my god. It keeps dragging me. Oh. There we go. Right, check the logbook. Okay, everything's upstairs. Jack Dixon, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome, Jack. Inspect that. Inspect that. Inspect that. Inspect that. And check the engine oil, seriously. Everything appears to be in order. Have a good journey too. Wait, I never wished you a good journey. In fact, I hope your vessel sinks. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Sail to the marked area. Like, this one's trying to get away. This has got to be dodgy. Maritime version of break a leg. What? I hope your vessel sinks. Man, this is pretty rough water around here. Check. See, I think you should catch people like trying to shift drugs and stuff, you know? Make it fun. It's no good people just having a clean record all the time. Imagine if paper... Yeah, exactly. Imagine if Papers, Please, like, all the passports were perfectly valid. And they all said to you, well, I checked it when I left. Apparently there'll be boat chases coming. I've already had a boat chase night. I couldn't catch it. I'm not even joking. That was chapter 2 mission. Right, well I can't do anything around here apart from firefighting. So I'm going to have to just leave and go somewhere else. I don't think this will have the fuel to get down here. Let's just double check what it says. 38%. Yeah, 94% fuel will get me there. It's not going to work. Right. Riddle me this. This container ship has a 1,250 litre capacity. Ignore the numbers, apart from the fact that it has 1,250. It should be a lot more than that. But, given its numbers there, it burns 61 an hour, and it has a 1,250 litre capacity. Yeah? Simple maths. Keep it simple. 1,250 litres divided by 61.2 litres per hour gives you an endurance of 20.4 hours, which we can assume is at maximum speed of 17 knots, which will give you 347 nautical miles. 347 nautical miles. So why is it that that is 6 nautical to here? Because 347 nautical miles will get you anywhere around this map. And we know this because from there to there is 14 nautical miles. So pretty much that's 21 nautical miles, and I've got a range of 300 plus. But here's the other thing. If I don't travel in that vessel, but if I travel instead in this one has 1,000 litre capacity, and if I divide it by 38.35 litres per hour, that's 26 hours of endurance, which is even further. Multiply that by 17 knots, that's 443 range. So if I travel in that, I should burn almost half the fuel and it'd be able to go even further. So if I swap to that vessel, let's say I can navigate out of here like this. Go there. That is 13 nautical miles, and that will burn 24% of my fuel. So if I travel around in a tugboat, it's a lot cheaper. It's not balancing, Nessie. That's not balancing at all. The mathematics that it gives you don't work. They just don't work. Like the distances that it's telling me here should be what? Probably 10 times that. Instead of saying 6 nautical, it should be saying 60 nautical. Otherwise, none of the ship's numbers make any sense whatsoever. Right, there's a few more jobs down here. So there you go, refuel. So that cost me 250 plus 70, about 400 credits to get down here. And in terms of jobs, we have a tug operation job. Let's go! Right, where is it? Carefully move the ship to the designated location. Okay. What ship? Oh, that one. am going to try and attach to it facing backwards this time to see if we can pull it rather than drag it backwards. Yeah, we'll try it. Dig it out right now. Take that. Yeah, Varmeister, probably early access is wise to do that. Yes, you have a complete interior view. Now we need to go and throw the messenger line out. Can find it.
'83 Smile, hope you are all having a better week than me.
Jimerick, thank you for 83 months. Hope everything's okay. I think we're ready to rock and roll. Come on, Herbert. We're doing a speedy 8 knots. Oh, I don't know, Ebstack. Ports of Call has something over this game as well. Of course there's a sailing vessel cutting right in front of me. Of course there is. Eating Crunch tablet while watching. Wait, what? It does feel like a very large tugboat or a very small container ship. But if you consider those containers as standard containers, I would say the tugboat is bigger than it should be. But I reckon they've had to do that because, I don't know, the size of a person walking around maybe? But look at the tugboat relative to that sailing vessel. I don't think they're oversized that much. Portico was fun, but the arcade bits are very repetitive. The strategy side was excellent and difficult. What I liked about it was it let you take risks. Like, you'd be travelling around the world and then it would throw a storm at you and say, do you want to go through the storm and save time? Or do you want to go round it and be late for your contract? Or it would like have people approach you and offer you to take suspicious packages. And like, it had all the ports in the world, didn't it? Which is cool. All the major ones. Very much like the original Elite. Yeah, back when games actually allowed you to do things that were slightly naughty. You're not serious. What, you want me to go there? You could have told me that. You see how quickly they suddenly move when you threaten them. Sorry, Herbert, we're going this way, mate. They just told me. There was no collision, Tom. It's not even a steward's inquiry, that. Well, I'm glad you're not a steward, Knight. Afternoon, Olicus. Release the toll line. Wait, what? We're not even in there yet. Why did it just say release the toll line? Is it expecting my vessel to be in that box or that vessel to be in that box? could get spicy. Come on, turn around, 180. We're doing a 180. Release a towed vessel at the marked area, it says. Yeah, don't worry about the back though, it's fine. It's all good. We got this. Do you reckon I can just release it here? This feels like one of those really bad shopping trolleys at the supermarket where it just wants to go its own way and you can't control it. Release the tow line. Say that again. Why is it telling me to release the tow line when I'm not in it? What? Wait, what? Okay. Take up the desert. Oh, we've got to shunt it in there now. I guess you've just got to be in the right postcode and then you can release it. Okay, Tom, I'll take your advice and take a run up. What do you think? Full speed run up? Like a 12 knot kind of run up? Okay, here we go. Stay on target. I don't need to hold A to align my vessel. I'm on target. There you go. Like a glove. Okay, we're maybe not able to stop right now, but that's okay. Great job. Great work. That only used a tiny bit of fuel. So here's the thing, right? That mission paid at least as much as a cargo run, but without hardly any of the cost of a cargo run. Because if you have to fill up your fuel at like 80-90% of a tank after a cargo run, and your durability is probably down to about 70%, like the actual costs on the tugboat are negligible. So that is more of a profit earner than a cargo vessel, I do declare. And also, I am not ferrying more cargo around. Done the practice course. I tell you what I've not found is that it showed me like a chapter 3 story mission yet. What level am I actually? I'm level 10. I'm about to be level 11. At which point we get 4.5 grand Ocean Breeze Romantic badge. The Nordic Duchess, whatever that is. We still have 2 things to unlock that I can't find anywhere. Main jobs completed, 2 out of 10. Okay, that's interesting, because that must be the chapter story. You know, that must be chapter 1 and chapter 2, which implies there are 10 chapter missions, but maybe they've not written them yet. Event jobs? I've never seen any of them. Total earnings 114, total spent 84. That's brutal. Distance travelled in all of my transport vessels, 257 nautical. Avatars. Oh, I've got different avatars now, look at this. Banner. I've already got one frame. Oh my god, these are a bit... Where does it take place? I'm not entirely sure. We're going to fast travel over here again. If you see any question marks on the map, or if you see any chapter stories on the map, let me know. Because we're missing 2 question marks. We know you're a romantic, yeah. Yeah, that's me. Inspection, firefighting, tug operation. Da Bomb, thank you for 53 months. So it's exactly the same vessel, the Herbert. Oh, that's the toilet. Let's have a look in the engine room. Graphics look cool, but the gameplay looks boring. I think it needs more gameplay, but it is early access, so yeah. That's South African. How you doing? Okay, got it. That rope doesn't look right, does it? Okay. You can tow it from the front, yeah, but then you're reversing, so it's a bit more tricky. Can you split the throttles and use them separately? Yeah, so if you hold down the left or right bumper, you can see it highlights the each propeller or each pod or whatever they're called. So yeah, you can control the power and the direction independently of each other. But the trouble is they're both at the back, so it's not massively useful. On the container ship, you've got two at the back and one at the front, and that's more useful. Handy they're breaking down close to harbour. They might not be breaking down, they might just want pilot assistance in docking. Normally they would drive further in and then be tugged into place. I wish the wipers worked. That's cool. So a searchlight shines into the exhaust fumes. Hello. Hoot, thank you for 8 months. Who's this nutter? How could anyone miss a ship like that? Let me just double check where that is. Yeah, there. Same way they don't see trucks. I think they do see them. They look at them and then just ignore them. Is that AI traffic? There is some AI traffic. Yeah, you just saw one then. Most of it seems to be quite stationary. Like, you see it on the map. But, I don't know. A lot of it seems to just sit around and not move. Like, for example, these here. Oh, I suppose they are moving, aren't they? They're on a collision course. They just kind of go through each other. What are the icons on the map that look like a yellow circle with 3 houses inside? I think they're meant to be like a settlement.
Good evening, that is Sklee.
They're basically like a settlement, but I assume there's going to be some future missions or whatever that have you go into a town. I'm not really sure. Mr. Whiteland, thank you for tier 346 months, Mr. Whiteland. Okay, so right now, I don't know where the box is that it wants me to go into. Have I been there? I don't know, Captain Flip. There's a few towns like that, though. They're everywhere. Look, there's one here. One here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 of them. Oh, you're kidding me. Why does it only tell you that when you get really close to it? That's so dumb. Once it gets past 144, I struggle to work out the years. Lol. Kron, how you doing? And as if by magic when we do this. Whoosh. make sure we get a runner. Oh my god, I'm oversteering something. Okay, I may have missed slightly. Oh! Okay, not quite where I need to hit, but we'll be fine. Or maybe we won't be fine. Hey, we're fine. Oof. Ignore that, we'll still get paid. 3,400. Level 11. Nordic Duchess. These are vessels that we're not allowed to use. Ferry cargo to Crescent Port. Elgin burning bridges. Freight ships clouded and during a maneuver port. The freighter seems to... That sounds kind of fun, that one. I might just have a look at that one. First thing to do, put all the lights on. Oh, this is some spicy weather. How on earth can the fire exist in this weather? I don't need to squirt any water on it. The weather will do it for me. Oh my god. This actually looks quite bad. The bridge is actually on fire. You've been surfing Amazon. Do you want another spinny thing? Mate, I've got 2 on my table in the living room. If you get me another one, Mrs. Squirrel is going to actually punch me. I love them, Whiteland, but I can't take another one. I've got a spinny globe and a spinny swirly planet thing. Oh, hello. And every time somebody knocks it off, I'm the only one who can put it back. Do you know that one that floats? I'm the only person that can actually put it back. Oh, that looks bad. No smoking. I love it. Oh, now do I tackle the bridge first, or do I tackle... Wait, what? Do I tackle the bridge first, or do I tackle the warehouse? I got 6 fires in one and 3 in the other, but it doesn't tell me which one is which. What do you reckon about that? Is it even worth bothering with the anchor? It doesn't even do anything. Is this the one that has 3 fires then? Come on, if we get this one out, we're gravy. Yay! We did a thing. Oh, not that one. Not that one! Oh, I'll just drive with it. It's free water anyway. got 6 fires. It's not growing. I think I've drifted. Okay, right. I think we're stable on speed. We're still drifting. Oh my god. Get that one. Oh, it's getting bouncy. It's getting real bouncy. Down to just those two. It's over there somewhere. There it is. Oh, why are we drifting? I put the... I swear the anchor's broken. But she put the anchor down and we're still moving. Whatever currents there are, they've turned us around quite a bit. And now I can't find the right pixel. How are we back to 6 fires? Wait, what? How am I looking at myself? Right, the boat's now turned, so I can't actually use that one, so I have to use this one. It was down to 2 fires and then it went back up to 5. Absolutely ridiculous. Thing is, there's one near that wall that I need to try and angle in on. Like over there somewhere. Is that gonna do it? How can there be 3 fires? What is going on? There was 1 fire and then he just went 2, 3. There's just no way. Come on, game. It's chucking it down with rain and pouring gallons of water on it every second. This fire just keeps sparking. I can't find the right pixel to hit that fire. That one's starting up again though. It's 3 fires again. Oh, this is ridiculous. Mate, you're thinking way too deeply. Chemical fire? Gasoline? Nah. That was tricky. That was fertilizer. The fire must have burned its way through the inside of the factory. Rip my ears as well. I'm now back to 5. Just when I thought I'd done the mission. What I was about to say was, it's amazing how such a major incident as this only has 1 firefighting vessel available. And all the while, the boat is just gradually turning away from the fire, which is making it even more difficult. We deserve a medal for that one. That's going to be a heck of a cleanup. That was a serious situation. Excellent work. No, the best thing is there's still balloons in the sky. Just like balloons flying over going, oh, that's a cool view. Wait, how do we use 50% of our fuel? Blimey. Control, ferry to Crescent Port. I need 63 grand just to get that. And level 20 to get that. That's just bonkers. Do you need to upgrade the anchor to the one that keeps you in place? I don't know. I really don't know. I could level this up for 13 grand. And that would give us another 1 knot speed and slightly less fuel burn. Maintenance level +0. It's very unclear what these upgrades actually do. This is a pre-release of the game, Chris. I don't know what's coming out on the 7th. Nope, I'm playing with the controller. Finscully, given that it's early access on Steam, I don't think it will be console compatible. But I could be wrong. I think usually early access on Steam, you can't be on any other platform. My favourite nutty tuber. Stack these in the middle. I don't know how much it is. Somebody read something. Somebody read something yesterday that said $20 or so in early access, but that was AI generated, so it's got that information from somewhere. $27 they said. $23.99, $25 was discussed. Frame rate. So I'm playing in 4K with FSR. I'm getting 60 odd FPS in this port. It said $27 in chat yesterday. Yeah, they'll put that up when they release the game fully, won't they? I think the game's due to come out fully in 2026. You getting seasick? Are you kidding me? I'm alright, Mitch. Thank you very much. It might be because I am on an actual boat watching you. Yes, that would be it. I'm tempted to do a scientific test around the whole fuel burn thing. Because I have this theory that if you fast travel, you use less fuel, but I need to check it. As befits a doubly educational stream, quite. When I first started playing this game, the fuel burn was mad. Right, so here's the theory. Actually, have I got... Can I refuel? Yes. Right, so 100% fuel. Throttle is off. And we need to go to... Is it Crescent Port? Yeah, Crescent Port, right? So, if I was to travel... Fast travel... I could go here... And then... Let's say the entrance is about there-ish. According to fast travel rules, if I did that, I would consume 61% of my fuel. And I think it goes at full speed. So I should have around about 40% fuel left. But instead of fast traveling it, I'll travel it manually and see if we still have 40% fuel left. That's the plan. So I'll steer towards the first waypoint. And then we'll assign the crew. That will allow me to leave that. So he is now steering the ship. We're at full speed. And our fuel level is 99%. So we should be on about 39% when we get there. Because When I started playing this game, we didn't have the ability to fast travel. That only came in about level 5, and when I was travelling just even round here, I was more or less running out of fuel quite a lot, and then when I got fast travel, things seemed to change. The light blue areas are the shipping lanes. What do you mean light blue areas? This is the depth of the water. The shipping lanes aren't really shown, but there are clearly AI shipping lanes going on. How's Pippa and Bonnie? Bonnie's fantastic, but she's still in that phase of chewing everything. So she loves chewing the corner of the cushions. You know the zippy bit on the corner of a cushion? She loves chewing them. So she's wrecking them right now. She also chews the labels on things. So if you get like a blanket with a label on it, she chews the label off. Which is great when you want to wash something because you've got no label anymore. In terms of house training, she's like mostly there. There is the occasional accident, but she's getting decent at when she goes outside doing the business, and when she's inside and she needs to go out, she'll sometimes either whine or go to the back door and put her arms on the back door, which is great. So she's kind of getting there. Pippa had a bad tummy on Friday, but she seems to be over that now. Replacement cushions for Christmas, yeah. You had a dog that went round and chewed the coffee table. I had a dog before Doyle that chewed all of our skirting boards and the chair legs. It was bad. Luckily, Bonnie's not chewing any chair legs or skirting boards, but what she is doing is she's digging up the garden. So in my garden, I've got nice lawn that I laid down, and she's basically dug a tunnel, or 2 tunnels, in the garden, which is not ideal. Do they chew because they're practicing using their teeth? They chew for a couple of reasons, Auburn. One of them is, at this age, their teeth are growing. She started to lose her baby teeth on the front, so her teeth are coming through, so they need to kind of get rid of the pain, numb it down, gnaw things. And the second thing is, they interact with the world using their mouth and their teeth quite a lot, so they just go and smell something and then teeth it, like bite it, chew it, lick it, like that's how they interact with the world. But she's still definitely teething. And also entertainment, like Gunnar Grimm says, the boredom, they kind of entertain themselves that way. What breed? Cockapoo, which is a cross between a Cocker Spaniel and a poodle, a miniature poodle. What was funny was we took her out around Highlands Park and we met a spaniel, a Cocker Spaniel, and you could see the shape of Bonnie's head and just the length of the legs. You could see all the spanielness in her. But she's also got the poodle side in her, in that she's quite smart, mischievous, and an absolute nutter. She has these moments where she just goes... The best one is if you take her for a bath, when she comes out of a bath, she's an utter lunatic. She would just run around, she'll like jump on top of Pippa, literally jump on top of her like this, then she'll run around the garden, she'll zoom like this, and then she'll zoom back in. She's just an absolute nutter at that point. And that's very much a poodle thing to do. This guy's not even wearing a uniform. And he doesn't speak. Oh, I turned the audio off, didn't I? Yeah, what I do like is you can explore the inside of all the ships, which is kind of cool. Oh, these are locked off. I think they're like bedrooms or something. What's this? Zoltan Kovac's Chronicles of the Sea. Photography book? Some kind of Minecraft castle. Oh, we saw that. That was on the south coast. We saw that. Fridge freezer with ice cube machine. Nice. Laptop, TV. I wonder if this is a captain's quarters. Do we know what crossbreed raging puppy is? I'd say poodle, because he's a complete nutter and he's miniature. So definitely got miniature poodle in there. And then, what's an angry dog? He's half miniature poodle, half like raging dog, like a pit bull, yeah. Or a chihuahua, yeah. Maybe like a chihuahua and a miniature poodle. A chipoodle. Maybe that's what he is. Because he's got like small dog syndrome, hasn't he? What I don't get is, I've hired an engineer, and ever since I hired an engineer, I've never needed to check the oil or anything else at all. And I bought parts for my ship, and we've never consumed any. I presume that's something that's going to change. Why can't I go that way? That's unclickable current. That implies you're going to be able to injure yourself. This implies you're going to be able to make things at the workbench. Maybe you can, like, make parts or something. You've obviously got something planned. When your dad got a puppy, he bought a spool of rope and just tied her off a few knots at a time. Wait, what? Oh, she loved to chew the rope knots. Interesting. Fire hose box. It's disappointing that you can't use this. I hope they implement that at some point. Maybe, you know the little towns on the map that's a settlement? You won't be able to take your container ship there, but maybe you can pull up nearby, get in that, and drive over to the settlements. Maybe that's the idea. If only you could fall off a ship. You can't even jump. Like, you can't even get on top of things. Can you roleplay as a tugboat? Yeah, if you rewind the stream back, you can see me using the tugboat. I did it on a couple of missions. We've done the tugboat missions, we've done the firefighting missions, we've done the inspection missions, we've done... what's the other ones? Inspection, and there was one where in chapter 2 we had to chase down a container ship, or find a container ship that was missing, and there was like containers in the water, and you followed the containers and you found the ship, and then it was taken over by some very nasty people who then escaped on a small boat. Okay, so look at the fuel burn, guys. Look at the fuel burn. We have burnt almost 30% of the fuel going from here to here. Bear in mind that the estimates were we would be left on 40% by the time we got here. So, I'm correct. You definitely burn more fuel when you manually drive this thing than if you were in fast travel mode. And we've not finished the test yet, but I'm telling you, I will run out of fuel around about here. Even though if I fast traveled it, I would finish there with 40% left. I'm sure we will run out. There is something broken in the fuel consumption. You can watch VODs with Turbo. If you have Twitch Turbo, or if you're subscribed to the channel, you can watch VODs or rewind the stream. Imagine this, but with an aircraft carrier or some kind of war setting with destroyers. U-boats, if you want submarine activity, U-boats a good game for that. If you want destroyers and stuff, then World of Warships maybe. It says you can't watch VODs. Yeah, you have to be subbed for that. But all my streams are over on my second YouTube channel. So they get uploaded there. SquirrelPlus. And they'll be there at 1440p resolution in a high bit rate. So you can still watch them for free, but not on Twitch. Did you ever play Destroy the U-Boat Hunter? I heard about it, I never played it. Is that an old game? Hey, Fuzzball. Let me have a look. What's it called? Destroyer. Destroyer the U-Boat Hunter. On sale. Developer Iron Wolf Studio. Release date December 2023. Mostly positive, 75%. Currently on 60% discount for the next 24 hours. Down from £25 to £10. Blimey. They're still updating it. They released something on the 11th of September. Long-awaited adjustments. Innovative cross-genre destroyer simulation, which truthfully depicts the struggle of escort groups protecting Allied convoys against German U-boats in the Battle of the Atlantic. Combines the thrill of commanding an anti-submarine warship with the tactical challenge of managing a whole escort group. Rip. The game goes to great lengths to appeal to the fans of realism and immersion, at the same time offering a great experience for beginners of the game. This isn't a pick up and play game, there's definitely a learning curve. What, a bit like U-Boat? Are you playing Trenton War 6? I have played it. And I was struggling to tell the difference between that and 5, if I'm perfectly honest. Not recommended. What does this guy say? It could be a good game if the devs could tune in to perfection. Because subs doing weird maneuvers, you can clearly see the periscope front of you, and in a few seconds a sub is completely different location. It's impossible doing such a movement in a few seconds. Impossible to drop charges on non-existent Go sub. Sadly, just periscope with no sub though. Oh wow, 30 minutes downvote. Yeah, okay. No up. Wait, what? This is amazing. 17th of August, a guy downvotes it. No updates are being made to this game. The devs are nowhere to be seen. 11th of September, devs release a massive update. Long awaited adjustments. I don't know. I don't know. If I mean, the game, it's only a tenner. It might be worth taking a punt for a tenner. What's the graphics like? It's kind of hard to see. Train World 6 got the Riviera routes. Yeah, I tried it. The thing is about Train Sim World 6 is it still suffers from like Unreal stutter. And I don't mean like Unreal stutter, I mean the Unreal Engine. As it moves through terrain, it kind of like stutter loads the scenery. And then you kind of go external camera, you look down at the train, and the LOD draw distance is all janky, like really janky. Like the track, you can see like a circle of draw distance. It's just... And it's on version 6, and you think, come on, guys. Simrail, maybe.
SquirrelHive.
I need to decide whether to drop a tenner on that at some point. Hawk, thank you for 59 months, and Leo, thank you for becoming a Peanut member over on YouTube. Unreal Engine's a bit pants. The thing about the Unreal Engine is it's capable of really incredible things, but you have to code it. There's a lot of like hand coding that has to be done to get the best out of it. Right, where are we at? Right, we've used half of our fuel. We're now on 54% remaining fuel, and I'm here. So I've gone from there to there. So yeah, predictions are I will run out of fuel, I'd say around about there. For a railroad game, you want to look at Railroader. If you go to SquirrelPlus, you should have a load of videos from me playing Railroader. And if you want a railroad game, you should really look at Derail Valley. And I have a load of videos on YouTube for that. Do you remember a game you played that made you crash out the most? What do you mean by crash out the most, Auburn? Do you mean rage quit? Transcend World's the only game I've seen who sells DLCs as early access. Nah. Nah, there's loads of games do that. Hang on, my chat has just crashed out, one sec. That's better. My chat client just crashed, had to restart it. iRacing, he crashed out a lot. That's not true. That's not true. Watched all your tutorials. What, on Derail? Yeah, so Derail Valley's got a major update at some point next year. And they have quite a few plans for it, so... The main thing is they're trying to work on a new map, but they're also trying to work on AI trains. And in order to bring in AI trains, they need to sort of adjust the current map to allow, at the very least, either passing loops or dual track. Because if you've got other trains running around on a single track map, you're going to have a problem. But they're also talking about introducing passenger cargo as well. Yeah, it's a big update. They basically said we're going to go quiet now for quite a while. The UI is dramatically worse than 5. The colour is horrendous. What we're talking about, legal? Oh, Trenton War 6. It's actually got a parallax sky effect, you can see that. I can't believe that Railroads Online's been abandoned. That's insane. Oh, weather's coming in. Yeah, so I'm going to do this test. We're going to run out of fuel, and then I'll test getting recovered in an SOS. And then I'd like to do the same journey, but I'll fast travel it, just to categorically prove that the fuel burn is broken. Century Steam. Don't think I played that, Chris. Let me know if it's any good, Dunfield. What about fast travel after we run out? If we run out of fuel, we won't be able to fast travel at all. So look, graphically the game, apart from the stupid shadow, well, apart from that, the actual visuals are nice. For some reason, they've implemented reflections and water on the floor absolutely superbly. But then there's just no water. You can see there's water catching on the glass there, but the wipers don't work. You're like, why didn't you just implement that? Oh, he's turning us. He's turning us. Right, we're on our final leg, and we are now on 39%. So we've now got less fuel than we were predicted to have if we fast travel to here. We will run out of fuel. Jimmy Shill, thank you for 11. Oh god, I've just noticed the water on here. That's a little bit overdone. It's actually got water running down the railing as well. I hadn't noticed that. Huh. Maybe fast travel's not calculated at the higher speed. Who knows, Captain Flint? See, that's cool. It's actually dry under here. Although it's wet there and it perhaps shouldn't be. But it is dry here, undercover. I would try another experiment driving at 50% power for science. Captain Flint, do you know how long that'll take? It's bad enough waiting for this one. Dodgy crate is dry. make a better time than on fast travel? That I don't know, Peachy. That I don't know. Because I didn't pay attention to the start time when we left. Did anybody notice the start time when we set out? Like the time here? When we left, what time was it? The one thing about fast traveling is you don't get to see the weather, which is a bit of a shame. I didn't call it Herbert Fuzzball. Time was 000 or real close to that. What, midnight when we set out? If you're a sub on Twitch, you can just rewind the stream and see what time it was. So it was midnight. Okay. Yeah, but do you remember I got to the harbour entrance and then I refueled, and at that point I set out. So at the point where I refueled and then told him to drive to operate the boat, that is the starting point. Setting the markers at 007. Okay. So it would have been shortly after midnight then. And we've managed to go here. Look at that now. You know it's broken now, yeah? Because you can't fast travel anymore because you don't have enough fuel. So basically, fast traveling would have got me there with 40% fuel left, and manually driving it to here means we can no longer fast travel because we don't have enough fuel. So test number 1 is very conclusive that if you manually operate the ship, you burn more fuel than fast travel. So the next question is, can we set the throttle? No, hang on. So here's the other thing, right? If you tell him to operate the vessel, he always drives at 100% throttle. He always drives at 100% throttle. So the only way I can test it is to manually steer at 50% throttle. Simulator why fast travel, because we can, but the point is, why does a fast travel burn less fuel? So we're down to 20% now. So as predicted, we're going to run out around here somewhere. It's also saying you have 16 minutes travel time left and roughly halfway. Yeah, I mean, This timer here is complete and utter nonsense. Interesting ways to notice what time you would have arrived at fast travel versus driving yourself. Well, I'm going to have to SOS soon. I'm kind of thinking it'll take me to my... It'll cancel a job, give me a fine, and send me back here, maybe. Or it'll take me to the nearest port, which may be here. I'm not sure. No, you can't, S. Williamson. This is the really frustrating thing, is when you tell him to operate the ship, he goes full throttle. You can't control it. And it doesn't tell you the fuel burn anywhere. Pit Pencil, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, guys. Hope you had a good stream, Pit Pencil. I don't know, Alban. I've never done an SOS. We're doing this for science as well. I've never run out of fuel and done an SOS yet. We'll find out. How much have we got? We've got 39k, so we can afford the fine now. I still don't know where these two are. Yeah, but it doesn't show you any shipping lanes, Docknader. Interestingly, I've never taken a loan either. You don't get numbers for fuel in the tank. You just get percentage. But you could work it out if you consider 1250 litres as the fuel capacity. It's 14% of whatever that is. Yeah, but Docknader, if I fast travel, I can send it right across the ocean. I don't need to use any... I don't need to hug a coastline. I'm going to take the exact route but fast travel and you'll see. Show my fuel level anywhere at all. Don't even know what that is. You should be able to choose the speed that you want to travel at. And it should basically tell you what your fuel burn looks like, because with shipping you can make an adjustment of like 1 knot and have a big effect on your fuel burn, because resistance through the water is not linear. So the faster you go, you burn tons more fuel. So it should really help you in this, because one of your costs is fuel, and it's quite a significant cost. So you might want to take more time to reach your deadline for your contract, but get there efficiently so you're not burning loads of fuel. Now, Petrol, when it's calculating the fuel on this, it's literally looking at the nav points I put down, because it tells you up here. As you put the points down, it literally adds them all up and says how long and how much fuel. We've got 9% fuel, so we're going to run out very soon. Well, they're not shipping lanes, Peachy. There's no way they are. There's no way they're shipping lanes. And like you say, even if there were, nobody's using them. Can't wait for this game. Looks fun. I want to put out fires with the fire rescue ship. It's quite tricky to put the fires out. First, because your boat keeps bobbing around and moving, and secondly, because like the fire simulation seems a bit crude. Right, 3% fuel, so we are about to run out. I wasn't far off of that guess. It's gonna be about here. Yep, so basically, we didn't make it. We can't even see land. The wipers don't work. Have you ever played Ship Graveyard? Is that the one that in space where you cut ships up into pieces? Oh, Sweeper, the fuel numbers are completely wrong. The distances are completely wrong. Like, that's not 4 nautical, is it? It's like 40 nautical. Hope it runs out and the boat magically keeps going. Well, we're now on 0% fuel, so let's find out. Technically, we're now out of fuel. And also on this, you can see it's getting deeper, bizarrely. Even though we're approaching the coastline, it's getting deeper. Will it go to -1? Who knows? Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think it just run out. It feels like it's just run out. We're suddenly not moving. Yep, we're out of fuel. We are out of fuel. Has that screen got anything? Speed 23.6 knots? I don't think so. What's the point of that screen? It's not even showing you anything useful. Let me know if something doesn't go to plan, says Adriana. Excuse me, engineer, have you noticed any problems with the engines? Captain? Everything's nominal. Right, so we're completely dead in the water. And we made it to there. So now, I think I need to make a call to do an SOS. You have contacted Sea Rescue Service. If you confirm this signal, a team will pick you up and take you to the nearest port where you can have your ship repaired and restock resources so you can continue your journey on the high seas. The first deployment is free of charge, but after that, the cost will depend on the size of your ship. Caution, job will be aborted. Well, I've got no choice, so we'll have to do it. Okay, as expected, it's taken us from here to here. So the job got cancelled. I have no fuel, so we're going to have to load up on fuel. Still okay on parts. Now, is there a job that takes us back to Ellenhagen? I need to go back there, don't I? Nice. So we'll take that job back, but I'll fast travel it. And then we'll do... Oh, I'm not save scumming it. We're doing science operations here. Right, do you want to get off this bridge, mate? Go away. Where's our pickup? Here? Dock at the marked pier. Okay. So, we'll take a job just to pay the bills, take us back to that town. And then what do you want to do? Do you want to do a fast travel test? Or do you want to do a 50% throttle test? Bear in mind, 50% throttle will take quite a while. But for 50% throttle it, I will have to manually steer. I can't use the guy because he goes 100%. To be honest, I could do either because we can always do the other one back again. Because it doesn't matter which direction we go, really. Oh, 2 containers. Alright, we'll do that. I'll get down there, then we'll do a fast travel version. There we go. All carefully placed. The one thing I do like about these container ones, these canister ones, is they can't be stacked, so they're very easy to lock down. Cool. Right, I should be able to fast travel this. We're going to go back and then we're basically going to do the same thing again, but fast travel. The 100% throttle test is conclusive. You run out of fuel about here. Have I gone to the wrong place or something? Why does it say job here? Oh my god, does it want me to drive across the threshold? See, right now it should be showing me where to put this. I think because I fast travelled through the entrance into the harbour. Oh, here we go. Okay. Whatever, game. I work in ship and trust me, some people have plenty of time to consult on a game. Yeah. No, I don't think so, Shadowstorm. It's all about the distance along each waypoint, that's what matters. Is it possible to play this without? Yeah, you don't. You do not have to fast travel. It's completely optional. In fact, you can't even do it until you get to level 5. Yep. Wills, we ran out of fuel on the first test. The first test was 100% throttle, AI operating the steering or the helm, and we ran out of fuel. You're looking forward to the Halloween cookies this year? Lol. I can't believe it's October. How is it October? Some say 15 knots along the quayside is too quick. I say it's fine. Wait a minute. I thought you wasn't allowed to stack those. Somebody said you can't stack them. Whenever I've tried to put one of those on top of one of those, it's always said no. Okay, apparently that's not all of them. Oh, they have to be like the same type of like they have to have the same stuff inside. Is that what you're saying? And then it's okay. You can't mix the house types. That makes sense. The stream crashed. Wait, what? Reconnecting. Is it? Are we still live on YouTube? Still saying the stream here on YouTube. Interesting. Apparently Twitch has gone down. That's helpful. It says it's trying to reconnect. Twitches have been having issues all weekend. Since streams go down randomly as well on YouTube. While YouTube and TikTok stayed off. Why is that suddenly out of whack? It says it's reconnected and it's live again. Are we back live on Twitch? That was weird. Well, that made it interesting. Come on. What's going on here? I don't know, Twitch, I've not known my stream to go down on Twitch for quite a long time. That's the first time I've seen it do it. this year, maybe? I've had chat die, but not the stream just completely go. Thank you for 18 months, Christian. Whoa, 7,000. Why do we get 7,000 for that? Blimey. The stream is still frozen for me. Can somebody tell Max to refresh because he can't hear me? Clearly can't hear me. Right, let's refuel that. Ferry cargo to Lichtenheim, which is not where we want to go, is it? I think that's over here, isn't it? No, it's that one. Where's Lichtenheim? Oh, that's back there. Right, I'm going to have to do this test without any income, but that's fine. It's more about the science than anything else. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do exactly the same last time. I'm going to drive to the harbour entrance. I'm going to refuel to 100%. And then we're going to set the same route that we had before, but I'll fast travel it this time. Okay? And then we'll get ourselves back here and then do a 50% test. Can you turn off your thrusters to save fuel? Yes, but you won't go anywhere if you do that.
Evening all. Hope you've had a good weekend.
Had a busy weekend, Bill, but thank you for 7 months. What causes a stream to freeze like that? Basically, if my OBS can't talk to the Twitch server anymore, the uplink server, because it's gone down, it has to try and find another one. Jay Webster, thank you for 200 bits. Because it said reconnecting, it's clear that it was my connection between me and the Twitch ingest server was the problem, because it then had to try and find another server. And also, because YouTube stayed up, it's not my internet or my OBS. It's going to be disappointing if 50% uses the same amount of fuel. I predict we'll finish on 40% fuel. Good afternoon, dude. Also, we need to make a note of the time. The start and end times. And see if that lines up with the duration. I think it was around about here, wasn't it? Right, 100% fuel. Okay, exactly the same as last time. I went to like here. Here, and then I went to out there, wasn't it? Like there somewhere? Okay. Let's try again. There you go, 61%. So that means when we get there, well, that's just changed. That when we get there, that should be on about 40% fuel. It says our travel time is 37 minutes. And if I just quickly come out of this, we can see that the current start time is just after 11 o'clock. I will now fast travel. And I didn't set the throttle. The throttle was on 0, so I'm assuming it'll go full throttle. So when we drove this, we ran out of fuel here. That's pretty conclusive. Okay. Oink. It is now 10:10 a.m. So that took 11 hours. And we have 39% fuel. It did exactly what it said it would do. So that's pretty conclusive. Fast traveling is more fuel efficient than 100% throttle. And it took 11 hours. Transport cargo. Ferry for Westport. How far is it? How far's what? Well, the distance? Well, it was on the screen, wasn't it? I did something like this. It was that roughly. 14.4 nautical, roughly.
Remember that real-life shipping don't usually go at 100% speed.
I know that, Apex. Thank you for 84 months. I know that, Apex, but here's the thing. When we drive it manually, we can't control the speed if the AI is steering for us. 14 nautical took 10 hours means a speed of over 1 knot. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. None of the numbers make any sense. Nothing adds up. Okay, so 50% test, yeah? To there. So we'll try traveling at 50% speed and see if we can get to the destination. But I can't use the AI to steer because it will set 100% speed, so I'll have to manually keep course correcting. But we'll do 50% throttle, not speed. If we was to fast travel that, it says it'll take 37 minutes, which is complete nonsense. Because it doesn't take 37 minutes, it takes 10 hours. In-game. I don't know what that 37 minutes relates to, but it's not in-game time and it's not real time. So that is about 50% throttle, is it not? Maybe 37 minutes if you go IRL manually. Well, let's test that theory. It's now 11 AM and we are moving. Jacob, I have no idea. It doesn't give us the numbers, so we just don't know. We've already done a real-time 100% throttle test. We've already done that. So 50% throttle takes about 12.6 knots. Maybe do an additional 100% throttle with manual steering to verify what the AI is doing. We could do, but these tests aren't quick. No, if you stop the bow thruster, it will slow down. Correct, Fuzzball. There's no time compression apart from the fast travel. To be fair, we'll have a reasonable idea of what's going on just by looking at the map. Because this this resource consumption here, if we're going to run out of fuel, that will start to go up until it becomes red. Like, that shouldn't go up, should it? It should start to gradually come down. Evening, Gary. I'm having to make little minor course correction adjustments because sometimes it's drifting left and sometimes it's drifting right. According to the specs of the ship, yeah. Full throttle 17 knots. According to that. Yeah, the problem is with the currents though, Stepford, is we can't see them. The only variable that we can see is that one there, which is the wind speed. Wind in what direction? Yes. Navarine, the wind is in that direction. Now, is that relative to the bow of the ship? Or is that a southwesterly wind? No idea. Like, what does that mean? I don't know. It'd actually be more useful if it gave you a bearing and a wind speed. Like if it says 270 at 7 knots or something. Now that would be useful. But like an arrow and then a meters per second. What does that mean? There we go. On a good course there. Graphics look decent. The graphics are decent, yeah. Oh. Got biscuit. Nah, I don't want to alter the course because we're doing science here. The waypoint, check if the wind moves when you steer. I will. But then, if you look, that wind is actually turning. In fact, I'll tell you how you can tell if that wind is across the bow. Look at our speed. Right, first of all, I'm having to course correct to the right to get back on course now. So the change in wind has affected which way the ship is facing. But also, look at the speed. It's gone up from 13 knots to 13.5, and yet I haven't changed the throttle. So I think that wind is definitely having an effect. if that wind was a westerly wind, it was a southwesterly wind, and then it became a westerly wind, and we started to pick up speed. So I think my current theory is that wind... Yeah, we're doing 14 knots. Okay, yeah, definitely. That wind is a compass wind. Because it's now almost behind us. So I think that is a compass wind. The arrow is not relative to the ship. It's basically the compass. Because we've now picked up speed. Ankush, thank you. I feel like the weather's getting a bit mistier. I do hope they do, Stepford. I hope that they do a few things, right? What I'd like to see them do next is a proper job market. And by that I mean, when you're in a port, there's multiple container jobs that you can take. Then I want to see the ability to take multiple jobs so you can do multi-drop stuff. And then start to do things like time limits on jobs. Or bonus payments if you're early, or penalties if you're late, or something like that. That's where the fun is. And that's also where the money is. To me, that should already be in the game. Like, one job at a time is ridiculous. Well, Eurotruck doesn't really let you do proper multi-drop, does it? And its job generation has always been a bit lackluster. It should be more like Derail Valley. Like what Peachy says. Derail Valley has the correct concept. Here's a bunch of jobs. Take what you think you can do. Okay, look at that wind now. That wind is now a southerly wind. And our speed has dropped, which is correct because we're heading southeast. Toronto, how you doing? Should get rid of extra containers. Yeah, this whole thing where it's got containers on my ship that are nothing to do with me, that needs to go. They've done that because you can only have one job. And if you only have one job with like 2 containers, your container ship looks ridiculous. So the solution to that is not, let me take more jobs. It is, let me just put some containers on your ship. That's what they've done. Interesting fuel burn. Wow. 6% fuel to get to here. That's very interesting. That'll be 12. So 20% fuel by the time we get to here. 20% by here. We may even get to here at 50% fuel, you know. This is actually an interesting test. Yeah, one job at a time is ridiculous for a container ship. Absolutely ridiculous. It's the same principle as a passenger ship. You know, the ship is going to be going from here to here. It needs to take whatever it can. I haven't got any dinner. I've got a chocolate cookie. Well, we just had a headwind a minute ago, Nessie. Well, this is the thing, Zeb, it's the game doesn't publish any fuel burn rate. Apart from what you see here. Like, that's the only fuel burn we can see. But the fact of the matter is, at a different speed, your fuel consumption goes up, like, either like logarithmically, I think. Or at least a squared power or something. It's like wind resistance, isn't it? Wind resistance goes up as a factor of squared as your speed increases. It's not linear, and fuel burns the same when it comes to traveling over the water. But it doesn't tell you this. But right now, it's looking like if we go half throttle, we burn a lot less fuel. Even Amazon drivers do multi-drops. Exactly, it should come with a ship. It should have a graph. It's exactly what it should have. It should have a graph. Like when I used to fly the planes, they'd have a chart and it'd have a graph line on it, and it would show you the fuel burn at whatever speed and throttle setting that you had, a mixture setting. And altitude, that was the other thing. Would I say it's well optimized? No. I think it's early access and optimization graphically needs to happen. No, don't fly into, no. Not at the moment. It's a bit too expensive. Be glad nobody spots a sub here, Mad Charles. What do you mean? You thought the container said not safe for work? Wait, what does it say? Which one were you looking at? Oh, NSCW, got you. We've now got a headwind. No, it does not tell you the weight you're carrying. There's no information about that. We've not even burned through 10% of our fuel. That is nuts. What was our total distance? Was it 14.7? I feel like we're almost a third of the way there and we've only burned 10% fuel. Yeah, so from what I'm seeing at the moment, AI at the helm is full throttle and rips through your fuel. Now, bear in mind, that AI costs you like the best part of, was it 6,000 to buy? And all it does is steer you from waypoint to waypoint. That's all it does. And because you can't give it a throttle setting, and that's the critical thing, you can't give it a throttle setting. If you could, it would be useful. But as it stands, it will rip through your fuel at 100% throttle. And I reckon fast travel is like a simplified calculation. For us doing 18 knots, which is our maximum with a full fuel load, is about 60 days. What's that, Wills? I think they need to make some adjustments to the game. I kind of feel like on the display over here, you should have your throttle setting, but it should kind of, I think it should show you a percentage underneath. I think that would be nicer if it had like 25%, 50%, 75% markers, and it showed you what your setting is, and then it shows you your speed in knots, and then it shows you your current fuel burn. That would be incredibly useful. That was for a platform supply vessel like what I'm working on. What do crew upgrades do? As it says, it could possibly increase fuel efficiency per upgrade. I actually don't know. The thing is, you can't do it except when you're in port, and you can't train them. All you can do is fire them and hire somebody more skilled, but it doesn't tell you anything about what their extra stars do. Nothing at all. And the fact that you can put them in control of the helm, but you can't tell them what speed or what throttle to do. In fact, it would actually be better if the AI, you could say to them, do 12 knots. Rather than do 50% throttle, because 50% throttle, your speed changes depending on the wind. But if you could say, just do 12 knots. Well, I guess we'll see on the 7th. Is this game actually out? It comes into early access on Steam on the 7th of October. I have a pre-release access to it, as do some other YouTubers. Right now, this is the largest container ship that you can operate, yes. You got your commercial chat right on the 7th. Ooh. Is there a time they've said for release? I don't know. I don't think they mentioned a time. Normally games tend to release around about 5 PM GMT. And I think the reason for that is because I think Steam or Valve is based over in Pacific time, so they tend to release things when they are at work, basically. Right, 10% fuel use used. What's 10% done for us? 10% fuel has taken us, I think, 5 nautical miles. On that basis, so if that's 10, 10, 10, we should burn 30% fuel. Which will be way more efficient than fast traveling, but it does require you to manually steer.
//.
That's amazing. Hideo, thank you for 6 months. He's done the little circle with your, you know, the guy like that, and it's gone //. That's brill. I like that. I think they're in Washington. What? Steam? Get out of the ship. Kind of. You can walk around it and you can transfer to another vessel, but you can't walk off the vessel and walk around the dockyard, if that's what you mean. They're in Redmond. Okay, so they are in Pacific time. Yeah, Seattle. So that's Pacific time. So that's why, if their workday starts at 9 AM, they tend to release games at 5 PM GMT. Lord Captain Flint. Crazy weather. You've got storms. That's the craziest I've seen. Well, Peachy, when I used to do server stuff, we had a policy.
//show/.
Thank you, Chris. We had a policy we'd never roll anything out on a Friday. Never. Friday rollouts were just banned. Nope, the wipers do not work. Patch chooses the thing. We would quite happily roll stuff out on a Monday. But never on a Friday. Because if you roll out on a Friday, people would often leave early on a Friday afternoon, or people using your stuff over the weekend had a problem because of something that you did on a Friday.
I only resubbed last week's SquirrelPlus.
Thank you, Lotus. Thank you for 133. I do remember your resub last week. Wish my company would ban Friday rollouts too. There's so many times a bug comes up on a team is working until 9 PM at night. Yeah, it's good practice is what it is. How did you get into gaming? What, video gaming? The first video game I ever played was, is it called Pong? You know, the one with the bats on each side and a bouncing ball? That was the first video game. And then I remember Space Invaders. Yeah, the original Pong. Then I remember things like Space Invaders in the arcade. Yeah, it was on a CRT. But I didn't actually play Pong on an Atari 2600. I played Pong on a... I suppose you'd call it like a Chinese rip-off these days. It was a weird console. I don't know what it was called. I need to find it out, actually. It was like... It was rectangular in shape. And it was brown. And it had a wheel, like a rotary wheel at the bottom left and the bottom right. And a few switches on it. And you could basically, like, share it between two of you. One would hold one end and the other would hold the other. And you'd use the rotary wheel to move your bat up and down. And I don't know what that thing was called, but I had that. And that was my first experience of playing Pong. And I think that predated the 2600 by a year or two. It was like a rip-off Pong, but that's all it could do. It didn't have a cartridge or anything like that, because the 2600 was cartridge-based. Moorcroft, thank you for 45 months. Hope you're well. Was it a Benetton? Maybe. I don't know. I need to Google it, actually. I need to find out what that was. But in some Pong had a light gun. I never had a light gun, so I don't think it was that. And my friend got an Atari 2600 and we used to play on that. But I also used to get we used to get the bus on a Saturday and travel up to this. At that point I lived in a place called Wigan, or Billings technically, and we used to travel to Oral on the bus at Saturday morning. And there was a particular place that had multiple arcade machines. And we'd basically go in there and play arcade games. And that's where I started playing games like Galaxians. Do you remember Galaxians? That was a cracking game. Space Invaders, Galaxians, they were the early ones. You was awesome at Galaxians. I was decent, but I could never get to the end. My game, the game that I really came alive with, was Outrun. I was so good at Outrun. I could finish Outrun any time on any of the 5 finishes. I used to get on that game and I used to say to somebody, which of the 5 do you want me to finish on? And they'd tell me and I'd just go and do it. Prove it, lol. And if I remember, it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there'd be certain parts in the game where you'd have to choose between left and right, and that's what took you to the different exits. And if I remember, I think 5 was the easiest, because it was all like tarmac road, and 1 was the hardest because it would take you over sandy like desert, and you couldn't see the road markings. And it had some sharp turns in it, but I knew all the roads. Golden Axe or Paperboy. I never liked Paperboy. I tell you what, one of the best games I ever remember was Gauntlet. I remember the day I saw Gauntlet in the arcade, and it was the first machine I had ever seen with 4 joysticks. And I looked at it and I was like, what? What is this? A 4-player co-op? Man, that thing would take your money. But was that a fun game? That was so good. Like, it was way ahead of its time. Everything from, like, the sound, like the audio samples in it, the music, the fact that it was a 4-player dungeon game, you could play one of these different character classes. Oh man, that would chew through your cache. What I didn't know about Gauntlets is it was infinite. Like, it was effectively procedurally generating levels. I remember getting Gauntlets. on the Amstrad. I had an Amstrad CPC, right? I remember getting Gauntlets on that. And my friend and I played it from... We started it on Friday night. We played through the night, all the way through Saturday. We got to the evening on Saturday and we was on level 471. And it was still going. And we just, at that point, we realized this game doesn't really have an end. We kind of assumed that it would end at like level 100. Nah, it just keeps on going. And we were wrecked. Playing that all night, it totally wrecked us. Oh, we're nearly at the first waypoint. Nearly at the first waypoint, and we've burned 15% fuel. That is actually nuts. That is super efficient. What was that tank game? Does anyone remember the tank game that was completely drawn with a CRT screen? Was it Tank... not Tank Command?
Hey Squirrel, hope
Was
all
it
is
Battle
well.
Zone?
Smile.
Might have been Battle Zone. And if I remember, you had two sticks like that. You had two actual joysticks that went forward and backward. And you kind of put your head up against the... there was like a little letterbox thing. You put your head up against that. And you used to play it. Man, that was a difficult game. You used to get those like elite tanks. And it was all vector graphics. It was so good. I used to love it, but I stopped playing it because it would eat your money.
Celebratory bunting.
Thanks for playing this game and testing it. I salute you from the Netherlands.
Frontline gamers, I do appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And I think we're doing some serious testing here. We found out some pretty valuable information about the way the game works. Retro stream, can you imagine? Do you know what? I was only was it last night or the night before? I was watching a video on YouTube about the Commodore 64. And do you remember I said to you a couple of weeks ago that a bloke has bought the rights to Commodore? And what was his name? Is it Phil somebody? He bought the rights to Commodore. They've released a Commodore 64. I think it's called Commodore 64 Extreme.
I
And
don't get on as often as I'd like, but always happy to support Scrove.
I'm happy to support Scrove as well, Pavey. Thank you for 96 months. PJR, thank you for becoming a 9 months cashew member on YouTube. What was I going to say? I think it's called the Commodore 64 Extreme, something, or Ultimate, something like that. If you actually go to commodore.com, or is it .org, you can pre-order that machine, and it's like an original. It's .com, right? It's like you can order the Commodore 64 machine. It's got like all the original keyboard design like that. Inside, it's obviously got a new electronics, updated electronics. It's too expensive. It's £279 roughly. It's currently on a discount. So I think it's $350 or something. But it comes with like 100 games, Commodore games, and it's got like the original BIOS inside of it. So it's a properly authentic Commodore 64. And I'm not gonna lie, I am partially tempted to get that, even though I've no idea what I would do with it. I just love the idea of it. Why do I feel like we're... Let me just check the waypoints. Not a bad deal. It's a brilliant deal. I watched a video last night where a guy gave you, I think it was 5 different options for building a Commodore 64. And one of them was starting with electronic board and basically soldering all the chips in yourself. It's like the hardcore version, and that comes to over £500 if you did it that way. Then there's like a cheap knockoff version with a small bit of electronics in it and none the original chips. And even that's more than the one that they're doing. And this is an authentic Commodore 64 for £279. I think that's actually good value.
Commodore stream coming up /o/.
Thank you very much, Bongo, for 114. You could do some proper 6502 assembly programming on that machine. If you wanted to. I had a Spectrum, Gary. Spectrum 48K I had. I'd rather use my original C64 from childhood. Nah. You wouldn't, El Plagiato. Like, this one comes with a 1080 HDMI connection. You would have to basically dig out some RF conversion stuff and it would look trash. And that's if your power supply is working. Yeah, I had a 48K with a separate tape deck. And I had the, what's it called? The Sinclair, what was the tape drive called? A Quantum Drive or something? What was it called? Micro Drive. I had the Micro Drive as well. You run it twice a year? You should keep that. It's like a museum piece. The Commodore 64 Ultimate uses an FPGA 128 meg RAM, 16 meg flash from Google. Yeah, but you can also put you can put micro SD cards in it and that kind of thing. Yeah, I saw that, Slane, but honestly, since this guy has bought the rights to Commodore, and if you look at their website, it tells you their approach. Like, they want to make everything because they're basically fans of the Commodore 64 series. They're fans of Commodore. What I want them to do is to make an Amiga, like a proper, authentic Amiga. I would totally buy one of them. Amiga, ports of call. Let's go. Yeah, I had the 48K rubber one. I reckon they will. I reckon they'll get around to making an Amiga. Okay, coming up on 20% fuel. We've used 18% fuel. And we're now here. Look at that. We are over halfway. We are burning significantly less fuel. Yeah, so the Amiga's a bit of a weird one because it wasn't like... It was technically called a Commodore Amiga because it was two different trademarks. So I think that could be trickier, but you know, give it a few years and they might do it. Here we are with one-click game purchases. How times have changed. We don't even have media anymore. It's all digitally downloaded. It's weird, isn't it? It's gone from like cassettes. Well, like floppy disks, cassettes, CDs, DVDs, and it's just gone online. And then now you don't even buy a game anymore. You basically license it, which is completely crazy. Like back in the day, you bought the game on a tape or a CD or DVD and you owned it. You could sell it, you can give it to your friend, do whatever you wanted. Now you license it. Back in 2000 we had removable radios so they couldn't get stolen. What, you mean in your car? You miss physical game cartridges. I was never a massive fan of cartridges, if I'm honest. Because cartridges, you couldn't copy them, could you? Wait, what? Well, Steam was one of the original ones, wasn't it? Battlecat. As soon as Steam came along, I bought into it straight away. And people were saying, are you crazy? It's better on DVD. And I went, not really. I said, I can lose DVDs. Half the time I can't find them. I said, if I've got my stuff in Steam, I know where it is. Duke Nukem on 5 1/4 inch floppy. Wow. I always find 5 1/4 inch floppy to be very unreliable. I had 3.5 inch discs go wrong on me, but not that often, but 5 1/4s were terrible. Yeah, Chris, the Epic launch is the dream, isn't it? Got Valve quaking. Doom on 20 floppies. It's when we got Ball and C++ and it came out on over 20 floppy disks. I was like, this is nuts. And then the next release, it came out on like 2 CDs or 1 DVD. It was crazy. Do you remember the Zip 100 drives? Remember them? They were kind of like early 2000s. I think they were called a Zip 100 drive or something. They were good. Yeah, it was called a zip disk, and it was it 100 megabytes or something. It was like 100 meg in size. Back in the days of PK Zip. Do you remember PK Zip? Phil Katz. That's why it was called PK Zip. Phil Katz was the creator of PK Zip. So you used to like PK Zip things. Now it's just called Zip, but back then it was PK Zip, and you could compress stuff and put it on your zip drive. I actually have a legally registered version of WinRAR El Plagiato. The amazing thing is, though, I've only had to buy my license once, and it was like 15 years ago, and it's just worked ever since. You and 2 more people. Hey man, I don't mind supporting. Like, if I see some like really useful tool from some bloke who needs support, I'll quite happily pay for it. Total Commander. Do you remember Norton Commander? Does anybody remember Norton Commander? Back when Peter Norton made cool stuff. Wait a minute. I have actually not been paying attention here. But if you look at where we are, and then you look at the depth gauge, it's very shallow. I'm just going to steer over to port side a little bit and see if I can get into some slightly deeper water. What antivirus do we use? I don't use an antivirus. I'll raise your quarterdeck desk view. Oh my god. I remember being confused by tar gzip files when I first saw them. Yeah. Yours is up for renewal, you don't know who to go with. Oh, your antivirus. They all suck. Basically. Like, basically Windows Defender's fine for most people as long as you don't do stupid stuff. Look, the water's getting deeper. Woo! That's so weird how shallow they'll go. It's not some... I mean, it's the shady website slaying, but it's also, you know, people who download cracks for software. You are asking for trouble. You know, key generators, cracks, that's where all the viruses ever were. I remember QEM 386. I remember that. I remember the autoexec.bat and the, what's it called, config.sys that had himem.sys as the first line, and then EMM 386. All that stuff you used to have to edit back in the day. And you used to have to change the config if you wanted to run Windows 3. Hawkeye, thank you for 83 months. Grumpy Dad, thank you for 101 months. I used to like DR-DOS as well. DR-DOS was better than MS-DOS, which is why Microsoft completely nobbled it. Yeah, DMA and IRQ settings on your sound card. Oh yeah. There used to be a jumper on the Sound Blaster, didn't there? Where you'd set the IRQ you want, in case it was conflicting. Oh man, LimeWire. I forgot about LimeWire. You don't miss those days. Hmm. Well, you had to be, Baz. Things weren't instant.
Hey.
Things didn't come quickly back then. You know, you had to wait for things to install, wait for things to load. Heck, if you even wanted to save to a tape drive, it took ages to save your save.
Good evening, Squirrel and everyone. How are you all doing today? Have you been affected by Storm Amy, Squirrel?
Daz, thank you for 35 months. Evan, thank you for 4 years. I wouldn't say I've been affected by the storm. It's just been very windy and gusty. But garden furniture didn't blow over, so that's the litmus test. IBM OS2 Warp, yeah. Yep. I was on a... When I was at university, I took a year out and I worked at IBM. And we was using OS2. And I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I really enjoyed using OS2. And the thing is, because I was working there, we was getting like bleeding edge updates to OS2, so we was getting, when they completely changed the look and feel of the OS, we got the new version through, and that had all the, like, you know what Windows 95 had with all the style of the buttons, the 3D shapes and stuff? Well, OS2 had that before they did. They stole it off IBM and put it in their Windows products. Not for the first time, they screwed IBM over. Red Tech.
At Squirrel Video Master Vision Score may have been that Pong console.
Video Master Vision Score. Oh, I need to look that up. Thank you for 2 months, Red. Let's have a look. The Video Master Vision Score. No, it wasn't that. No, that's got two rotaries on the front face. This was rectangular, brown, and it had the rotaries at the bottom on the lower side of it. You need some non-slip matting for your mug. The swell is picking up. Lol. I still use OS2 Warp on theme on my Linux from time to time. LOL. Well, there was a game that was just called Pong. I'm not sure about a machine called Pong. %77% fuel remaining. This is insane. Can anybody remember what time we set out, though? That is crazy how far we've gone. We've been sipping fuel. You can still buy that stuff. You can still buy the cabinets. It was 11:01. And it's now 01:34. So it's taken quite a bit of time. A lot longer. CNC machines running Windows 95. Why do you run Windows 95 for your CNC machine? Can you not use like a Linux or something, like a modern OS? Why do you need 95 specifically? Agril, we're basically testing something at the moment. We're testing what it's like to basically drive the ship in real time, but at 50% throttle, versus driving it on 100% throttle versus fast traveling it in the game, and we're seeing what it does to fuel and stuff. Windows 95 still allows hardware access. What, and Linux doesn't? A lot of the custom drivers are only made for old Windows. Well, what you could do, you could have a Linux hypervisor and then just run instances of Windows 95 in it. And then you can use your machine for something else as well. Maybe the Atari Mini Pong Junior. I don't think so. That's where I first got Eurotruck base. My Eurotruck predated Steam. Yeah, I'm the same. I played it outside of Steam quite a lot before I got it on Steam. Like, my first videos on Eurotruck were not the Steam version of it.
I have a metal lathe and milling machine in the garage. The computer for them is called Chris.
Of course it is. Why is it not called Steam? You should have called it Coal. Prince Tronic is rectangular and brown with 2 knobs. What, at the bottom? How do you spell that? Prince Tronic. Again, if it actually showed me a picture of it. No, it wasn't that. A Telstar? Mate, I've no idea. Telstar. When I Google Telstar, I get song lyrics and what looks like football clubs. SC Telstar. At the moment, there's no multiplayer, Ben, no, but it's on the plan. Oh wow, we're nearly here. Look at this. 25% fuel? What? That's outrageous. Actually outrageous. The Coleco Telstar. Let me have a look. No. Wasn't that. That looks awful. God no. I've never seen one of those in my life. Yeah, what was it getting at 100% speed? Didn't make it. Run out of fuel completely. That happened last week, Club Villain. Hockey Tennis 2 Home Pong Series. Nope. It reckons we'll be there in 3 minutes. But don't forget, the timer in that map is not 3 actual minutes. It's 3 minutes with variable seconds. It's like the London Underground. You know what it says, the next train's in 2 minutes and it arrives in 5. It just counts those 2 minutes very slowly. I don't know. The thing is, it doesn't really explain any of these fuel burn concepts to you at any point in the game. Yeah, there's no piracy currently. The thing is about fast travel, though, Wills, is there has to be a downside to it. I think fast travel is okay, but it can't... There has to be a benefit to driving manually. Whether it's fuel saving or whatever. Otherwise, people will just fast travel around the map and nobody will drive the ship anymore. What's the point of that? Imagine Euro Truck Simulator, but you jump in your truck, connect to your trailer, and then go, right, fast travel. And it goes, ta-da! You're in Dusseldorf. And you go, drop the trailer, thanks for the money. Imagine that, because that's what you'll get if you go down that road. Exactly, it's not a sim at all. Once you've got the money, you won't care. Are we keeping left of the lighthouse? I presume we are. I did reply to your comment, yeah. I can't remember what I said, though. More expensive cream pavement. There has to be some negative. It's the only way you're going to balance it. You need to encourage people to drive or make them, like, actually operate the ship. Because if your truck allowed fast travel, the whole thing would break down. Some part of me thinks they're going to have to stop fast travel or limit it or make it a very expensive option. They can add pilotage. I think they need to do that. They need to add the ability, like I say, that when you get into the docks, you can pay for pilot services instead of docking if you don't want to. Yeah, they've got to remove fake containers, 100%. I'm going to assume they're only temporary. Docking is the best part. I don't disagree, but some people, A, you may be in a rush, you know, like you need to go out, whatever, or B, you're not very good at it and you keep damaging your ship and your cargo and it's frustrating, so you just rather pay for that. You've got to allow people to play it their own way. Do you think things in the world haven't been the same since pre-COVID? What things? We could unleash Teddy's containers, sail out to sea and just lose them. Right, so when we get in line with this harbour, that's when we need to stop our clock, because that's when we started it the other way. The console you talked about, what's it called? The APF TV Fun 402C console. Hang on. Can I even click on that? No, that's not it. Right. Throttle down. Time is 6:10 a.m. 6:10 a.m. and we burned 29% fuel. So, did anybody take notes and can summarize that? We've arrived at 6:10 a.m. I believed we left... Crikey, what time was it we left? Our IRL travel time was, what, an hour and 8? We left at 11 a.m., arrived at 6 a.m. So that took 19 hours, didn't it? Oh no, yeah, 19 hours. Yes. No. Yes. It is 19. So it took 19 in-game hours. It took over an hour of real time, but we used a third of a tank of fuel. Well, less than a third of a tank of fuel. By going 50% throttle. Well, you say that, Peachy, but it's interesting that that's been modelled. That's actually been modelled, that, you know, 50% throttle, you burn a lot less fuel. That's encouraging. When we did it 100% throttle with the AI driving, we ran out of fuel here, so we didn't even make it on 100%. Fast travel used, yes, it used 60%, didn't it? I guesstimate says that fast travel uses about 75% throttle. Maybe. Does the wind direction also affect fuel? I don't know if it affects fuel, but it definitely affects your speed. So I don't think it affects the fuel that much. I think if you stay on 50% throttle, you're going to get a constant fuel burn, but with the wind changing, you'll end up with a different relative speed.
Hey Paul, just had an email from lawyers and there is over 1,000 injury claims against your waterparks scumbag. Also, can we have that fast travel IRL, as would make deliveries a lot faster to those customers who want their deliveries AM only.
Dave, the person that invents the ability to fast travel is going to become a supremely rich person. I haven't given any feedback to the devs. Was there anything else that we wanted to test, or is that sufficient now? Because what I think we've proven is don't let the AI drive, because you will chew through fuel. Fast travel is efficient. Driving at 50% throttle is more efficient. I am not doing that journey again at 75% throttle. That'll take nearly an hour. Well, they need to publish those charts or somebody else can do tests. You wouldn't have to do the same distance though. You could do like shorter runs and just to get the data. Do you know what I mean? Like if you did the testing but didn't take such a big journey, if you just went, say, from that point to that point, just like a fixed whatever that is in the game, 5 nautical, just run it at 100%, run it at 75, run it at 50, run it at 25%, and then just make a rough table. That's all it needs. Tankers, Docknader, I think, are more or less planned. Certainly LNG gas containers. If I quickly look at my Steam page. If you look at the store page for this game. Hang on. There it is, roadmap. So it says, Crescent Port Logistics, the LNG and bulk update. 3 new ships, bulk cargo gameplay, LNG gameplay. That's the next update, which is this year. Next year, I think you've got rescue update, 2 new ships, rescue operations, new harbour. And then underway, more ships, new faction, online co-op, map extension, and more. So, yeah. I don't see anything there about multiple jobs, which worries me greatly. The VideoMaster Supercore Home TV. Hang on. I'll be amazed if you got it right. VideoMaster... What's it called? Supercore... Home TV. Oh, hang on. Do you know what? I think that... One sec. That might be it, you know? I think that might actually be it. That's got the rotaries at the bottom left and right. Bat size. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I remember that switch, the bat size. You could change the bat size from small to large, so if you were good at it, you could put it on a small bat, let the other player have a... Yeah, that's it. Tennis, football, squash, solo, that is it. Yep, the VideoMaster Superscore. That's what I had. Nice find, dude. Do you know what? It's the first time I've seen a picture of that since my childhood. No, I don't want to buy one. I just find it amazing that they still, like, they're a thing. That had an RF output lead. Like, who has an RF TV these days? If you want to have a go, that's it, be my guest, but it's not my cup of tea. What's that, Dumpeel? Oh, the Destroyer. Just finished the Destroyer U-Boat Hunter. I want to say that the devs did the best they could with 1940s technology, but oh boy, the learning curve. It makes Europa Universalis 4 look easy. Interesting. So they've made a very complicated game. Does it have decent tutorials to help though? Like, does it onboard you properly, or does it just leave you to your own devices and go, there's a help manual? Oh, come on, game. It's always good at explaining, but it's a lot of text to read. Blimey. Is it me or is it a bit windy? Yeah, a bit of a storm coming. Well, we are in a harbour, Captain Flint. Long time since I've been on Twitch, even longer since catching a squirrel stream. Curious, does he still stream to the bottom of his garden in that cabin? I've never quite worked out this concept of people coming into my stream and then asking a question about me in third person so that when I read it, they're not asking me the question. They could just ask me the question, which is the point of the stream, isn't it? They could just go like, hey Squirrel, do you still stream from the bottom of your garden? But instead they post a question to the chat asking if the streamer... I don't get that. Anyway, I don't stream in a garden shed, and it's not at the bottom of my garden, and it's not a cabin. It's a converted garage. I do, Captain Flint. It's not just non-subscribers I ignore, Captain Flint. It's anybody on YouTube. And yes, Christian, the storm is nice. By the way, I do believe that some of the bad reviews on Steam are from people who do not know how to work the radar and sonar. Oh, I mean, that's a given. He streams from World Headquarters in Studio 1. What? YouTube chat sucks to be fair. I will say, Ciziano, that the YouTube chat is... Oh my god. YouTube chat is quite different to Twitch chat. What were you saying, Captain Flint, about the waves in the harbour? And they got blown into the dock? No, every stream is quick to respond, but chat not reliable either. Oh, that's true. Could be streamers not answering questions from chat unless it's a paid for message. Oh, well, listen. Wooly, I can't tell you who to watch, but if you're watching a streamer and they're just ignoring the chat, like, why are you watching? The whole point of a stream is to be interactive. Chat nav is ignored. You've got to ignore chat nav. How is there a sailing boat in... Can you see this? Look at that sailing boat in this weather. Where is he? Oh my god, what a lunatic. Any plans for No Man's Sky? Not plans, but there's a lot of... The thing is, right, Road Wolf, there's a lot of games coming out now. We're in the game release season, starting next week with Battlefield 6. So, you know, there's a lot coming out. I have a few things on my list that I want to play. I don't think it's the windy conditions that are the problem, though, Tiara. It might just be the lightning strikes that could be a bit of an issue for somebody with a tall mast. Or even getting capsized by the big waves. Yeah, October, November is like, oh my god. Let's see if I can steer into him. Hang on. I'm going for him. I'm going for him. Yeah, boy. Move. Oh, I'm trying. Yes. Woohoo! I finally managed to hit the AI. They normally dodge out the way. Wait, what's this? His girlfriend's turned up. That would have totally sunk that. That was Lydia. I wish. If that was Lydia, I'd have stuck it into reverse and gone back. I was hoping for another series of Counter-Strike 2. Sorry, no, City Skylines 2. Is that right? I think I went for next year. Is Skylines even cooked yet, or is it still underbaked? Oh, I totally had right away. Oh, this weather's quite fun, isn't it? Let's get the navigation up. No, not there, because I remember that's a bad place to go. We'll go here. They added a Dutch scenic building DLC. Okay. But like, in terms of the gameplay, have they kind of fixed the issues they had? Yeah, Transport Fever 3 is a 2026 game though, that's the problem. They've patched a lot, okay. It's a shame really, because, you know, City Skylines was such a good game. And Skylines 2 had a lot of expectations riding on it. I kind of liken it to Transocean 1 and Transocean 2. Transocean 1 and Skylines 1 were very, very enjoyable games. And then when 2 came out, Transocean 2, it was, oh, this is going to be, oh my god, what is this? Skylines 2 fell down the same hole, and KSP 2, yeah, KSP 2 just crashed and burned like one of its rockets. You see, when I look at Transport Fever 3, I don't see the same problems. I see them trying to look at Transport Fever 2 and say, what were the issues here? What was restricting players? And they're trying to grow that side of it rather than do what they did in Transocean, which is, let me completely change the gameplay and give people what they don't want. Oh yeah, KSP2 is just dead in the water, sadly. Like, really sadly. It's horrible. Part of me wishes they'd just take KSP and release the source code to the internet and then just let the community develop it. Because let's face it, KSP1 is a superb game that really just needs to be rewritten. Like, the engine and the graphics need to be rewritten for modern hardware and then expand the game so that it can cope with complex models. It can harness the graphics card and give you superb graphics. Like, that's what you want, because the mods for KSP1 are superb. There's some great ones. And then build on that. That's all we ever wanted from KSP2, but for some reason they just went down this huge scope creep or something. You have hopes for Kitten Space Agency. Who do you reckon's behind that? Who do you reckon's behind Kitten Space Agency? Some people think it might be Rocketworks, but I'm not convinced. I think Rocketworks has got enough on the plate. I think the lightning is slightly overdone. I love the storm, but I think the lightning frequency is too high. If it's in the first map tease of SnowRunner Year 5, it's going to have beaches and snad like the Caribbean island. Wait, are they actually putting snad in SnowRunner, Baz? How many years have we said that? Yeah, you still play that, Whiteland. You're the only person I know that still plays Counter-Strike 2. There is some kind of music in the game, but I have it dialed out. You was playing Counter-Strike last night? Yeah, but I don't know you, Carter. I think most games online are like that, Fuzzball. What are you looking forward to coming out in the next few weeks? Well, like I say, you've got Battlefield next week. And then, what else have you got coming out? Don't care about Call of Duty. Are you going to play Train Sim World 6? I have Train Sim World 6. Anno, that was what I was thinking about. Thank you, Boromus. Anno. I'm very much looking forward to the new Anno. And I want to go back and try Manor-Lords. Manor-Lords got a massive update this week. I mean, they've overhauled a lot of stuff in Manor-Lords this week. And I really want to play that again. And give it a bash. Everything's crossed for Anno. It's like Pups was saying, though, that they've got a history of... You know, a bit like the original MS-DOS days. You know, one version, then a bad version, then a good version, then a bad version, like... And we're up for a bad version, that's the problem. Manor-Lords is a great game, says made by one guy. Yeah, he's hired some more people, though. But they've changed a lot of the mechanics of the game. Anno 117 looks like a decent game, but it seems similar to 1800. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, graphically, it looks absolutely gorgeous. But then lots of Ubisoft games look gorgeous. Manlords is big now, but I did like the old tech tree better. Yeah, so apparently your old save games don't work anymore. And you can basically choose, I think the maps are bigger or something, and you can choose your starting point, and you can have it so the AI, like, nobody owns anything and start like that. They've added new buildings, they've added stone castles, they've added some... They've split things like meat into multiple products.
Sorry for being quiet all day yesterday and today. And just so you know, I am looking forward to finish working on my uni degree so I could actually be a part of the cart and play BG3.
Be part of the cart. I love that. Thank you, Armin. You gotta love typos. I still like the backslash O//. That's the best one today. AI settlements, yeah. Electrogravitism, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome. Oh look, that bad weather's just gone. Speaking of Ubisoft, I heard that the war in Myanmar is basically like Far Cry 4 in every aspect. Must admit, I know nothing about that game. Alright, Apple Stan, how you doing? Man, that storm just completely disappeared. Turn that off. Don't think we need that anymore either. Have you seen a game called Docked? Wait a minute. Docked. That rings a bell. Let me check that. That definitely rings a bell. I can do. What's the weather like? Depends when I finish and when you want to go. Hey? We'll just go now then. Docked, Saber Interactive. Oh, yes. When's this come out? Yeah. To be announced. Yeah. Yeah, it's on my watch list, but I don't know anything about it yet. Oh, Road Kings I think could be great fun. I've burned through 17% of fuel. And I've got to here. Now that is very interesting. In fact, that's actually very interesting. I'm running 3/4 power, and it feels like we've burned a lot of fuel. Well, maybe the storm did. I mean, we did have a headwind for a while, but even so, it feels like we burned through a lot of fuel. See, that's the other thing about fast traveling. Is when you fast travel, you just completely ignore wind, weather. You know what I mean? Like, fast travel is like, I want to go here and here, fast travel, and it goes, we'll burn 60% of your fuel. Done. And there's no consideration of weather. So if you manually operate the vehicle, you're at a disadvantage because if you hit a storm, you burn a lot of fuel. Well, it beginning to feel that way, Zintas, because it has a guaranteed outcome. And to me, that's wrong. It's almost 20% gone. Why is there a tugboat out here? Yeah, I don't know a lot about docks yet, so I think we'll just wait and see on that one. Often used Internet Archive to play some old Spectrum games online. I mean, you can download an emulator with like 1,000 games on it. Why do I feel like this tugboat has deliberately lined up and then stopped in front of me? He's playing chicken. That sailboat was playing chicken as well. That didn't work out so well. Look at the reaction. Did you crash into the sailboat? No. How dare you? I would never do such a thing. It was just a little nudge. It was barely an inconvenience. It's a little tickle. He's out the way. We had to turn slightly. Right, 20% fuel burn. Let's see where we are. 20%. Where's that got us to? Here. That's a lot of fuel. Blimey. 20 to there. 20 and be 40, 60. That's tracking about 70%. That's actually not. It feels like there's a massive difference between 50% throttle and 75%.
I think I just got to the conclusion that you can never have too many monitors. Got Word opened on my main and if split the screen on the secondary, half the streams, half all sorts of economics documents regarding tourism.
You don't need more monitors, Armin. What you need to do is close down everything to do with economics and tourism. And just go full screen Squirrel, second monitor with your chat, and you're done. There's no need to look at economics documents. What's the difference in speed for 50% and 75%? It's a good question. We're tracking 14.8 knots at the moment. And that's with the wind that's coming in across, so we're not really getting any benefit. So we're definitely going a lot quicker. Exactly, it's Sunday, close Excel, come on. Did someone say two-tone? Lol. I never said it. If I said two-tone, somebody'd accuse me of selling out. Just a regular cup of tea, guys, in a two-tone mug. Exclamation mark two-tone. Sorry, what? It's not just an airplane, what's my name? It's air resistance is the problem. And in the sea it's water resistance, which is even more dramatic. Am I excited for Nordic Horizons? No, because I can't remember what that game is. Seminators, thank you for 117.
No rest for the wicked, I'm afraid. Says that as he works on something that needs to be delivered at the end of the spring.
Wait,
next
what?
year, SquirrelPlus.
Oh yes, I must do it this Sunday afternoon. This thing that needs to be delivered next spring. Oh, it's an ETS2 map, gotcha. That case, probably not, no. But heck, this wind is tracking. Episode 5 of The Long Dark may release this year. Wait a minute. I know for a fact that game's been going for at least 10 years. And they're on episode 5. Is that an episode every 2 years? I have never known a dev team to work at such a relaxed pace. That's extraordinary. It's been longer than since episode 4. I can't even remember. So much time passes between the episodes, you completely forget about the game. Yeah, they shouldn't have called it Long Dark. They should have called it Long Release. At this point, it'll have all melted. Hmm. 25% fuel burn, and we're here. See, why doesn't this map show the wind on it? Blatantly should show the wind. Well, that's true. You do get that. That's why I hate it when they release TV series and drop one episode a week. Like they did that with things like Game of Thrones. You watch an episode, and a week later, you've forgotten the details. I would much rather... I love the Netflix approach where you can just binge watch the entire thing. You end up watching the whole series again. Did anybody note the start time in the game when I left? Yeah, I watched House of Guinness. Mrs. Squirrel and I binge watched that when it came out. We binge watched it last week. Just blasted the whole thing. I think we did 5 episodes and then 3 the next day or whatever it was. I quite enjoyed it. I think they left the... yeah, it's worth a watch. I think they left the door open for a season 2. What's my verdict on Train Sim 6? It felt a lot like 5. You're working your way through House of Pancakes. The only thing they added in Train Sim World 6 is conductor mode. Other than that, it's a rehash of 5. It's not even apologetic anymore, is it? It does, like... It just is. I was thinking that actually Zintel's conductor mode. 8:10 is when you set course, thank you. Hey Tommy. We're about to hit our next waypoint. Why are there no seagulls, Gary? Because I shot them all. Man, we're doing 16 knots now. That's pretty good for 75% power. It almost feels like 75% power is almost 100% in terms of the speed you get. Because the ship's rated at 17 knots. Matty, how much do you even play Train Sim? A decent bit. I don't know. I kind of want a Train Sim game where the map is just Europe. A bit like, you know, a bit like Microsoft Flight Simulator has given you the world to fly around. I want that for train sim. Just let me go where I want. You never know. Microsoft might use their technology and bring back their own train simulator. My God. Dovetail would be quaking in its boots if they did that. Enjoyed watching others more in Simrail. Simrail's fun. I just hope... Have they expanded Simrail yet? Have they gone... Because they were going to go west into... Hang on, where were they going to go? Was it Germany they were going into? I still have no idea what to do with the LZB. Some of those scenarios are bugged as well as Intel. Okay, we are here. I reckon that is about halfway. And if that's halfway, we've burned 30% fuel. We're currently tracking to burn about 60% fuel, which is the same as fast travel. The question is, how long does it take? You'd pay AAAA prices for a driving sim with Microsoft Flight Sim coverage. When you say driving sim, Winchester, are you thinking more like a road driving sim? So you can just get in a car, like almost like Forza style. Get in a car that you want, and then just drive all across the map. Like all around Europe. Right. I think we'll get that one day. I don't know when, but I think we will get that. I think the problem is, you know, if you take Flight Simulator, the technology it has, when you're flying over stuff, they can kind of get away with textures and buildings not being that great, but at a distance, they're good enough. If you are down on the road, you can't get away with it anymore. Like, it has to be... The buildings have to be on point and the roads have to be on point. They can't be like jagged, bumpy things with janky bridges. They have to be smooth roads, and I think that is a technology problem right there. Audi, thank you for 88 months. Doing okay. And Armin, thank you for gifting sub to Apple Stand. Sorry I missed that. You can do that in ETS too. Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 20. But not on a 1-to-1 scale, which is what I think he means. Like, they've had to handcraft the roads in ETS2 and the buildings. I don't think it would be that long before, you know, Microsoft and its Bing Maps and AI is at the point where it can generate the roads and the buildings to a good enough standard that you could just drive or walk down it. Like, that's got to be within 10 years, I reckon. I wish you could change the camera position. Like, the camera's centered on the middle of the vessel. I wish that you could, like, click and go to the rear or the front. Make 3D models from 2D pictures pretty well. Reasonably well. You can't from an overhead satellite image, there's only so much information you can get. Like, if you can get trees quite easily. You can see where all the trees are and just render them. That's not a problem. But if you've got a building, you need to know At the ground level, you're looking at a side view, not an overhead view. So you need to know where all the windows are, what it's made out of, like where the doors are. There's so much data that you can't get from a satellite image. That's what you need. You know, Google's road mapping technology, where they've actually driven down the roads with cameras, and then you take that data and use it to extrapolate the building. But that's an intensive job that only AI could really do. When Flight Sim 2020 came out, my house was rendered enough detail I could fly an ultralight into my window, but with massive bridge 5 miles from there was a line in the water. Yeah. It was very hit and miss. Man, that is some calm sea now. Look at that. We're doing 15 knots at 75% power. That's impressive. The thing is, though, Lighty Pyro, you can already drive cars in Eurotruck. Like, mods have let you do that for years. And like, when I used to do the multiplayer stuff, the MP team used to turn up in police cars. Yes, they have awful physics, but you could still do it. You're gonna add it to the game as a DLC. One thing is that you would actually want to drive on a road one-to-one around Europe. The thing is, Oceanic, there are people that genuinely would like to do that. There are people that genuinely would like to drive at a one-to-one scale around Europe, either in a truck or in a car, or even towing a caravan. They just want to explore the world. But I don't think that's the majority of the player base driving in a one-to-one map. Like, the idea of driving a truck from Edinburgh to Brighton at one-to-one scale, you might as well do the job. You might as well become a truck driver. You might as well get paid to do it. Well, I guess at least you can pause the game and go to the bathroom, which you can't do very easily as a real truck driver. It's not for everyone, is what I'm saying. There's probably a happier medium. Somewhere like around, I don't know, 1 to 10 scale maybe? I always wondered why they chose a scale of 1 to 20. Because where it breaks down in Eurotruck is when you get into a city. At that scale, the city just feels tiny. Yes, Tommy. Trust me, when you drive around the country as a lorry driver, you wish it was as quick as Eurotruck. Yep. It's funny how the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Long distance to take a week to drive somewhere. Yeah. Like, it's genuinely going to take a long time. No, it's not like that, Tsugoku. It's the same scale all over. It doesn't change the scale when you get into a city or go on the... It's the same scale across the map. It doesn't gargoyle. ATS has the same scale. You can't... If you think about it, if you've got a map, like an actual real map, you have a scale on it, and everything on that map has to be to that scale. You can't look across the map and change scale. Well, I think that's why they're redoing the UK Maniac, because I think they're changing the scale. Because I think traditionally the UK was on a different scale. I think it was 1 to 20 and the rest is 1 to 19 or something like that. It's not a massive difference. Yeah, ATS, they originally started ATS on a different scale and then threw it away and reverted the scale back, I think. It was 1 to 20 or 1 to 19 for the main map, and the UK was 1 to 15. Interesting. So have they said what they're doing with the new, with the UK rebuild? Because the thing is, right, Pro Mods UK, that's going to completely break what they've done. Especially if they change the scale. Never even confirmed the rebuild. Yeah, but we all know they're doing it. They've teased it, haven't they? Yeah, you know it's coming. It'll be here before Christmas, guaranteed. They wouldn't mention it unless they were in the process. After driving 1-to-1 for 14 hours last Sunday, not sure I want to drive it digitally. Mm-hmm. What are we on? Almost 40% fuel. Interesting, 40%. So yeah, I reckon we are tracking for about 60% fuel burn. What about us that can't drive, Billy? I'm not sure what you were saying, Billy. And that sea is so calm. Enjoy virtual driving and would like 1-to-1 because I can't drive. Okay, but how would you address the problem of people who don't want to drive on a 1-to-1 scale? Which I suspect is most players. When you drive on a 1-to-1 scale, you have to have a lot of time available, Billy, because everything's going to take you a long time. Like, if you play Euro Truck now, you could quite easily do a job and it take you less than an hour, real time. So you can fit it in. You know, you can get home from work, drive for an hour, have some food, watch some TV. If you're driving 1-to-1, and it's going to be a 6-hour drive or a 10-hour drive, where are you going to fit that in? You can barely fit that in on a weekend. I agree, 1-to-20 is too small. That's interesting. You can see the reflection of the sun, but you couldn't see the sun. Oh, that is looking... Is that looking a bit misty? That's looking a bit misty. Yeah, you can save, Rich, but that's not... How can you put this? That's not what you want, is it? There's a certain sense of completion about finishing a job. When you're looking down the job list and you see something that's in the game is like 500 miles, you're thinking to yourself, I can probably do that in like 25 minutes. Well, suddenly you're thinking, crikey, that's going to take me 5 hours. And yes, you can save, but I don't think that's what people want. It's not like playing Flight Sim in real time. It's completely different, Max. It's completely different, because with Flight Sim... No, it's not. Max, Flight Sim is very different. And it's very different for a simple reason. Autopilot. People take off on a long haul, put it into autopilot, and then go to bed. Then they get up in the morning, and then they land the plane. They don't do any of that middle section. They just go to bed. So when you're driving your truck on a 1-to-1 scale, you can't just put it into autopilot and go to bed.
Any flight sim coming? Perhaps hopping back in the Phoenix? The BFU update is great.
Right back, I was trying to get back into it a few weeks ago, and I failed miserably. Like, as in, I updated everything, and then my life has been very busy these last few weeks. But I will when I can. The commercial liner doesn't one of the pilots stay at the helm. They both do. They have to have 2 pilots, and they have a third one. Usually they rotate. You can't just have one pilot on a big long haul like that. The BFU for Phoenix. What's the BFU exactly? Big Phoenix update. That's okay. The BFU. It's looking very misty out here, I agree. That sun went down and it went super misty. They should give you like temperature and humidity. They should give you proper METAR information, I think, in this game. If you want one-to-one, you can drive Aerosoft, the bus, or Berlin in Hamburg. If you drive one-to-one and have to deal with AI traffic, you wish you'd never drive one-to-one. Not yet, Scalinger, but I think that's the one Pups and Knight have played. Yeah, but OMSI was more inner city driving than anything else. Intercity driving is a completely different proposition.
BFU adds native support for 2024, new sounds, working weather radar, reworked cockpit and makes it just run better on 2024 and sets the steps for the XLR and Neo variants.
Nice. Well, we're nearly there. According to this game, we've got 6.5 minutes left. It's Flixbus, yeah. Did they ever improve the traffic AI in Flixbus? Like, did they ever improve the core gameplay, or did they just keep dropping map DLC? Yeah, I never felt like the bus physics worked particularly well. Like, OMSI's bus and audio was really good. It's like its bus physics, everything was clickable, and the audio sounded really good. Like, and no bus sim ever since has managed to capture that. Why does it look like we're travelling sideways over the water? It's kind of weird. I'm not sure. It just feels like we're drifting to the right. Wow, that durability, man, 69%. You found Fernbus was better after a few years? I found that the gameplay never really changed that much. No, Oceanic. Well, sorry, yes, you can if you've got parts. You can top up the engine and stuff. The thing is, we've got an engineer down there looking after it all, and we've got parts on board, but no parts get consumed, but the durability comes down anyway. I'm not quite understanding the gameplay there. I hope a manual is part of the October 7 release. Nessie, if I had to guess, I would say there won't be a manual. There's not a huge amount of benefit in writing a manual for an early access game that you know you're going to change, because you have to keep rewriting the manual. There's a sailboat in front of us. Oh, there he is. Again, a sailboat out at night in a 3 meter per second wind and like terrible visibility. Makes no sense. I was gonna shoot the guy with a torpedo, but I forgot to maintain them. Right, I need to get ready with the numbers here. We're on 50% fuel. That's pretty good going, actually. I predicted we'd be down to 40% fuel. Right, you guys get ready with the finish time and stuff. We should have numbers for departure and arrival and fuel burned for fast traveling. Well, not fast traveling. 100% throttle, 75% throttle now, and 50% throttle. There should be some data there. Warning, fuel reserves are almost exhausted. 50% fuel run. What does that message even mean? I've got a feeling that should come on at like 10%, not 50. There's definitely a light. There's a red light to the left and a green light to the right. But where's the lighthouse? Changing the bulb will be a minute, yeah. Did the message pop up when we did the AI drive? I don't know. We're not quite in the harbour, but we're very close. I'm still not technically in the harbour yet. Right, we're in the harbour. Okay, time is 00:31. And fuel burned is... We burned 52%. So that was about half fuel. You set course at 8:10, arrived 9:08. What do you mean 9:08 arrived? Wait, so that was 16 hours? So at 50% throttle... Wait a minute. So at 75% throttle, we burned just over half fuel, and it took 16 hours. At 50% throttle, it took 18 hours, was it? Can somebody run the numbers while I dock this thing? Yeah, what we're looking for is in-game duration, fuel burned, and what the throttle setting was. This trip did have a storm, yes. That is true. So I think it took a little bit longer than it should have done. I don't need the start and end times, I need the duration. Take the difference between the two. What was the duration, the in-game duration? What was the throttle setting? How much fuel did we burn? Oh look, the mist is clearing up. Amazing. At 1 AM the mist is clearing. No, I've not upgraded the ship. I didn't touch the ship. I did all 3 tests without upgrading the ship. I haven't upgraded it today. We've done all the testing. Max, thank you for 58 months. And Armin, thank you for gifting a sub to Kirby. Would I recommend this game, Gandalf? It depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for a complete game, no. If you're looking for a work-in-progress game, maybe. If you watch back the streams and see what you think of the gameplay and whether you want to drop the money on it, it's kind of your decision, Gandalf. I've streamed it all weekend. I don't know if the game's modelling current. I know it's modelling wind, and it's using that to push you around, but I don't know about current. What doesn't work since out the bridge? Or your PC? What's wrong with it? Yeah, but if it modelled it, Rich, it would have to show it, and it doesn't show it anywhere, which is why I don't think it's in the game. They can't inflict currents on you and then not tell you about them, in the same way that it can't push you around with wind but not tell you what the wind is. It's slow and Windows 11 is erroring on the hard drive. Currently, I don't think there's any concept of currents. There's tide. They get the waves and stuff. "13 hours in-game time, 75% throttle. What was the fuel? 60%? I can't remember. Currently, yeah, Metal Fan. There's more coming this year. Really, game? Custom kind of ladder you need to use some little latches. Cool. Oh, there goes the Temu delivery. Thank you for your work. 7 grand. See, I think if you manually drive, you should get double XP and double money. That's your incentive. Okay, so just to summarize, we're level 11 and a half, 49 grand in the bank, and we've bought every ship that we're allowed apart from the density, because getting 63 grand is not easy. And the next one requires a level 20. But other than that, it's been quite fun. But I am going to have to stop there. Can we get some love and chat for the mods, guys?
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
/show/ Another great weekend of streaming from Captain Paul. I don't have anything else to say. Except this. Get wrecked, Flinty.
Oh, Chris. It's been fun. It's definitely been fun. Interesting to look at. This comes out on the 7th of October.
It, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Can we run a police inspection on Chris? I'm sure his steam trains do not have proper oil levels.
Yeah, he's not put the grease in those little things on the arms, Captain Flint. And Armin, thank you for gifting us up to Oceanic. Right, guys, what's next week? Let's have a look. Next week, I will probably do a Friday day stream next week.
Gotta love our married couple. Night, lads.
Thanks, Armin. Next week, I'll probably do a Friday day stream. Saturday will be a day stream as well. I think I'm out in the evening, and then Sunday's normal. So yeah, I expect to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. 2 daytimes and then a full day on Sunday. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope you had fun with this. Thanks for all your support as ever. Have a great week ahead. Stay safe and all that. And I shall see you probably on Friday. Take it easy, guys. Love you all. Good night.